Warning. The Federal Communications Commission has determined the following content to be emotionally harmful.
Funny things that you think's funny aren't funny.
Give me cocks all the time. I want cocks all over me.
The Alan Cox Show kicks ass, man.
Welcome.
Show me what you got.
You're not going to see a lot of cocks on TV.
Alan Cox from the Alan Cox Show.
I don't know what it's about you, but I can't even stand your voice.
I think you're the biggest asshole alive.
It's gonna be a great show.
Let's kick it. I'll say kick it, and you'll just kick it with a tasty groove, okay? 1, 2, 3, kick it. Kick it. Come on. God damn it. Could you one time kick it? What the?
Alan Cox.
Here we go. He'll ad-lib. He'll be fine.
It's the Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS.
Hey, what's going on? Teenagers. How you feeling? Good afternoon. Greetings and high fives and fist bumps and all that. Thanks for being here on a Friday. My name's Alan Cox. Say hi to Bill Squire. He's right over there.
Hey, creepy hugs, everyone. Thanks for listening to and watching this episode of the Alan Cox Show. Don't forget to like, subscribe, and share a cold one with the boys.
Mary Santora is, as the kids say, in the house.
Raise the roof. Yo.
Raise the roof.
Oh,
Yo.
new catchphrase. I love
You
it.
like that?
No one's ever
I made
said
it
that.
up.
Yeah, I know.
I made it up this morning in my dreams.
In my dreams. And then I woke up and I leaned over to my legal pad on the nightstand where I write all of my subliminal funnies.
I had a weird sex dream that turned into a fighting dream.
I had a dream about that I was an amateur wrestler and it turned into a dead dad dream. So last night was a crazy
You'll
night
never
for
go
dreams.
pro. Go back to comedy, you loser.
I swear to God, dude, I'm not even joking that that's what it was. I swear on my life.
I like that even in your dreams, you're an amateur wrestler.
I know, and he was still disappointed.
Well, yeah, you were amateur. You were jumping on tables
And that's
in
what
people's
got
backyards.
you bummed out this morning?
Dude, I'm like on the verge of crying right now. It's not even
Poundcake
tears
is
day.
back in Studio G.
Afternoon white people think,
We've got a new video situation
This
going
is so
on, so we
weird.
can see him now. He can see us, I think.
I'm watching you guys on like my. Can you guys see my big screen or no? That's just for my.
Yes. No, we kind of, you have a whole wide shot there.
No, what I'm saying is like I have you guys pulled up on my screen in my room as well.
I don't have you.
guys-
I don't have you cast to one of our studio monitors, if that's what you're asking.
No, we don't have that.
Okay.
But I can see you, and yeah.
We can see what we need to see. But
Okay.
You've got us up on your big screen.
I might have you use the other mic. Because
Just so that arm's not sprouting out of
arm's not- Yeah.
all the way to the middle of the
we
frame.
can figure something out.
Hey, listen, if you'd like to join us, you can call live 216-578-1007, 800-348-1007. You can send a text to me. I'll see those. 35192. You can drop messages there. A little red button with a microphone on it, talkback button on the iHeartRadio app. And you can email all that stuff. Oh, boy. What a modern marvel technology is. No shortage of ways to contact each other. And, they call that engagement, Bill.
Yeah.
Oh, the engagement. So important.
You gotta get the engagement up.
That's right. Mary Santora broke hers off some time ago.
Mm-hmm.
But you know what? It doesn't mean that she can't still get
You ended yours, too.
engagement.
I didn't end mine, by the
No,
way.
Alan ended his.
Oh.
He ended it with marriage the way you're supposed to, but he still ended it.
End of my engagement?
Yeah.
That's marriage, yeah.
Yes, I was no longer engaged with marriage the first time around.
No,
and
but you were engaged to Gwen, and then the engagement became a marriage. So you
I see
ended
what
the
you mean.
engagement.
Oh, I thought you meant my first divorce.
Yeah, no, I'm talking about a more successful.
I shouldn't say first
version.
divorce. My divorce.
Yeah, you're divorced.
I only have one.
Once divorced and
right.
broken man.
Broken man. I was talking to Corey Roddick this morning, and he's going for number 3. And I couldn't wish him
I think he's got
Wait,
the highest.
he's already
more well. Huh?
a third marriage or a third divorce?
Third marriage.
Oh, good
He's
for
getting
him.
married the third time. Well, they say it's, what's that phrase? The charm. Why were you crying again this morning? Was
Me?
it just, Bill said
Oh.
you were crying this morning. Was it because,
Well, I was
was
supposed
it
to go to
John
the-
Mayer leftover, John Mayer
No,
fumes?
John Mayer fumes. Those had me running high all day yesterday.
And by the way, save the messages, everybody.
What? I'm an idiot?
I'm starting the show with Mary crying. Just let's
Oh.
get it out of the way, all right? I
Oh.
know what I'm doing here. There's a method to my madness, all right?
I didn't even say anything.
You let
And
me do what I do and don't complain to me.
Can we also go on record as me not bringing it up? Bill was the one who was like, "You're sad this morning, and now you're asking me to cry," because people go, "The dumb bitch starting the show. What an idiot! Her dad's dead." It's gonna be stupid.
Well,
Anyway,
I said that I had a sex dream that became a fighting dream, and then you said your dad dream, and I knew that made you cry because of your story. So
yeah.
it's not like I intentionally brought it up.
I just
Then don't.
No, it's just one of those things like Alan was talking about yesterday, where you were like, stupid dreams can stick with you the whole next day. So it was just like, when you see someone who's passed away in a dream, it's really hard the next day because then you wake up and you're like, he's not
And you
there.
wake up and you're not a professional wrestler.
I'm not even an amateur wrestler.
Well, in the dream, you never
You could be an
advanced
amateur
past
wrestler
that.
You think I could?
Today you could.
I could just go start wrestling and be good at it.
What would your wrestling? Do you remember what your wrestling name was in there?
No, because it was so crazy. I was late to a show because I had to pick up another comic. And the comic was attending this amateur wrestling show. So I was like really mad at him. And I got there to go pick him up. And they were like, "Good, you're here. You're late." And I was like, "What are you talking about?" And they're like, "You're the champion." I was like, "What?" Like, I've never wrestled. They're like, "No, you're Mary Santora, right?" Like, we have this whole storyline set up where today's the championship like match and you're the winner. And I'm like, "What are you talking about?" And they like kind of like threw me into the ring and I had to wrestle people. And it was fun. I ended up having a great time. Completely forgot about comedy. And then my dad shows up ringside. He's wearing a Foot Locker uniform. I don't know why.
Is he wearing his
referee uniform? You
No,
idiot.
no, he had a Foot Locker
Foot
badge.
Locker?
Okay.
Yeah, no,
He
not.
had a name tag that said Tony.
They are dressed like referees, not the other way around. Referees are not dressed like
Foot Locker employees.
Foot Locker
No,
employees.
my dad had just gotten off work at Foot Locker.
Can
And
he
he
get
like,
us a discount? Now I'm sad
Right.
that your dad doesn't work at Foot Locker because I could.
he's never worked retail a day in his life, so
Foot
I don't even
Locker's
know what
still a
that
thing?
is.
Oh, for now, yeah.
So he comes running up ringside as I'm wrestling people, and he's like, "What are you doing? You're missing your show." And I was like, "I don't know. They told me I had to do this." And he's like, "You're an idiot. You got to go do comedy." And I was like, "I can't." And I'm like wrestling people as I'm arguing with my dad ringside. And then the people thought my dad was a referee, and he had to explain that he just worked at Foot Locker and he was making fat jokes, and the whole like arena was laughing, and it was like this whole fun moment with my dad. And then it sounds so stupid because it's such a stupid dream, but like you wake up and then I can't text him and be like, "Oh, I had this stupid dream that you worked at Foot Locker."
You were a Foot Locker employee, but I just can't believe you didn't have a name in this dream. You didn't have a cool wrestler
It was me.
name.
I showed
Mary
up.
Hole Punch Santora. What was
I
your
showed up and they were like, "Mary
Painkiller?
Santora." It
Oh.
should have been Mary
chokehold?
Santora.
Pile driver?
Mary the Tear Terror Santora.
She'll drown you in her tears.
There you go. Yeah, well. But you take my point. I was saying you have bad dreams sometimes. I was saying this yesterday, and they can really stick with you. Even if you don't remember them, you just wake up and you go, "God damn it." You're just in a bad mood. You
It's
don't
not
know
even
why.
a bad. It's just grief dreams are hard. They're just because you just reiterates the fact.
You know what'll make you feel better?
It's
Friday, gotta get down on Friday. Everybody's looking forward to the weekend. Friday, getting down on Friday. Everybody's looking forward to the weekend. Partying.
Yeah.
Partying.
Yeah, fun. That make you feel better?
Yes.
Looks like it.
She did it. Rebecca Black. She did it again, you magnificent.
People are suggesting
People
that
standing here.
Yeah.
people are suggesting that you should wrestle Jeffrey because he does some amateur.
I don't want to
wrestling.
touch him.
Indeed.
Okay.
Cosign.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't want to be that close.
He's an okay dude, but I mean, keep your distance. Okay, I've got to take a break here. We're going to dry Mary, and we'll get back here. If you want to send a text, 35192, AlanCoxShow.com is where you'd watch, and we'll be back after this.
It's the Alan Cox Show. Everywhere on our free iHeartRadio
Listen to Party Cruise, spelled CREWS, on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts.
This is The Buzzard.
From the Claiborne Ford Lincoln Studios, serving Northeast Ohio since 1973.
Some people believe there's no such thing as a coincidence.
Very difficult to believe.
So our plan for you to hear this is working perfectly.
The Alan Cox Show.
On 100.7 WMMS.
Two 216-578-1007. 800-348-1007 if you want to join us live. 35192. Want to text? If you listen to us on iHeartRadio, tell me where you do that. Hey, Cavs win last night. Isaac Okoro with the buzzer beater.
Yeah, big moment for Ice.
116 to 114. 2 in a row in Brooklyn against the Nets. The Cavs go to 47-28. That's very impressive. Although the photo I saw for Cleveland.com of Isaac Okoro, what a win, was a picture of Jarrett Allen.
Yeah.
So, listen, I don't know what that means.
They're up early or late. You know, they're tired.
I guess so.
They're tired.
But anyway, congrats to your Cleveland Cavaliers. Another big win last night. They come back home to play the Houston Rockets on Sunday. That's a 6 o'clock tip-off. There's only a couple of weeks of regular season basketball left. April the 9th is that last game. And they'll play Charlotte here at home. And through about another week or so, what's today, the 24th?
Yes.
You can use the promo code SHAMROCK as we get to the tail end of March at CLE Clothing Company. So keep that in mind. Alan, I really like Poundcake's shirt. Why did they spell crack Y-O-U? Isn't that the shirt I got you?
I think so.
Yeah.
Somebody got it for me. I know I didn't buy it.
It fits now, though, doesn't it? Because it was a little tiny before.
It's still a little
Oh, is it
tiny.
really?
It's
Well,
well, no, it's like it's tight around the arms, and this
that's
is
where you want it tight.
This is a perfect shirt because it's almost like a crop top almost because it never
cropped.
It is like hold on, I'll stand up because it's like it fits, but like not quite. Like so, it fits like right there. So.
Yeah, that's okay. I mean, the fitter you get, the better it'll look.
But
it don't look bad.
I almost want it to be like right here, right underneath the
You want it to like bisect your navel,
so I can have like a little. When I get ripped, when I'm walking around gay and stuff.
He wants to show off the happy trail.
Yeah.
And like if I have an ab or a V, if I have an ab or a V, I'm gonna walk around with a crop top. Shawn Mendes said it's cool to wear crop tops, so I'm gonna start wearing crop tops.
And it didn't occur to you that he's trolling everyone to see how far people will go paying attention to pop stars and celebrities.
But I'm gay and that's not that far off. And if I ever had the body to do such, and my psoriasis clears up, my bones don't ache so much, and you know.
Well, he's got a lot. You have a lot to check off the list. Getting in shape is just one thing he's got to contend with.
Once his bones stop aching.
He's got an achy bone.
Well, both of those.
He's got scaly skin.
Psoriasis and achy bones go hand in hand. So when both of those erase, and I get skinny, and I get some muscle, and I get some abs, and I shave properly.
It's a lot. It's a long list.
Then I will wear a crop top and a Speedo.
Why is that? Because psoriasis is a nerve thing or an autoimmune thing or whatever?
Yeah.
So you're sore because you have psoriasis.
Achy joints.
Achy joints.
That's why people used to call me, hey, me and Whitney Houston have something in common. We both get called cracky because that's what my roommates used to call me. I used to walk up the stairs and it would be like, and they'd be like, oh my God. They're like, oh, that's just Cody walking up the stairs. Because it's like, it just clicks a lot. My joints pop.
Wow.
It doesn't necessarily cause me pain yet. It might be because I'm young, but it might be something to look into in the future.
Kyle Kinane has a bit about that where he says he knows he's getting old because the first the first couple minutes of his day sound like the last 30 seconds of popcorn. Where he like stands up, he's just like pop, 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 pop.
Random, the last few kernels are going off.
Yeah, your knees, your ankles, walk into the bathroom in the morning.
It's the point in the popcorn in which you're standing in front of the microwave.
Right.
Getting to
Counting
see
down
if
with
you
it.
will beat the timer or if the timer will beep before everything's popped.
Yes.
That is a dangerous, dangerous dance.
I'm pretty good at popcorn.
I'm pretty good too, but it's funny with all of the technological advancements that we've got, you still have to stand there. The official way to prepare microwave popcorn is listen for when it stops popping.
Yes.
And then take it out.
3 seconds between pops.
They've kind of narrowed it down. I mean, a microwave has a popcorn button on it, so I think they've kind of figured it out. It's like $1.25, right? But you still got to stand there because a second or so over, you got a smoking bag of char.
I never use the popcorn button. I always put it for 3 minutes and see what happens.
3 minutes? It's never 3 minutes.
I always put it on
see what
3
happens.
months. I put mine on 3 minutes.
And then let it beep?
It usually comes, no,
You
because
can
I'll
smell
wait.
burnt popcorn.
Well, then it's
but
too
too
late.
It's already way too late.
And it smells so bad.
Yeah, burnt popcorn's the worst. That's why I'd rather have unpopped kernels than any one kernel burnt.
I have it's like a point of pride to have the least amount of unpopped kernels, and I'm pretty good at it. So I'll set it for 3 minutes, and then I'll usually...
All right, popcorn contest coming up on the
We
Alan
should,
Cox Show.
dude, for real. At 1 minute, I'll stand in there and listen. And then when it is between 3 and 4 seconds, I'll give it one more go, and then I take it out. And it's usually pretty good.
Run over to Heinen's and get some popcorn. We'll do this today.
Okay. I like kettle corn, though.
It doesn't matter
trying
what
to
flavor it is. We're just timing the
But I
popcorn.
want to eat it.
Popcorn. Kettle corn.
Kettle corn's the best,
Kettle
first of all.
corn's nasty.
Sweet and salty, dude. You don't beat that. And
Kettle
then you
corn
dip
is
it in
for
hot sauce.
Kettle corn is for people who can't make up their mind.
I know. It's just we like both. We like sweet and salty.
No, you
I like sweet and savory.
I do.
Pick one. Come on. What are you, a kid? Pick one.
No.
Right now. Pick one.
Popcorn's buttery and salty. It's wonderful. That's all you need.
I don't even want butter on it.
We know. We know you don't.
You want plain, unflavored popcorn?
No.
Salt?
Salt is just fine. I don't need the yellow motor oil on it.
But I'm just surprised at that because the way, especially movie theater popcorn, the way you see them salted, it's just like a wave of salt. And to me, it just seems like
it's so good, though.
Something that you would not want because it's an abundance of something.
But it seems like places in general have eased off the salt. At the movies, it used to be a cliche. It was so funny because they wanted you to buy drinks. So you would just pucker. They put so much salt on it. Same with fries at drive-thrus.
That's why you like it, though.
But what I'm saying is, it doesn't seem like that's the case anymore. Popcorn doesn't seem oversalted. French fries don't seem oversalted anymore. And so I'm like, I wonder if that was a conscious decision. I wonder if it's a salt issue. I wonder if they just aren't worried about selling as many drinks anymore because it's a loss leader. I don't know. These are the things I think about when I'm standing there in line, waiting to get serviced. You know how I like to get serviced at the movies.
Salty service?
Sure.
Yeah, I like...
Hi, Alan. You guys are talking about dreams right now, and I was reminded that I recently had a dream about you. I ran into you in a hallway, and you grabbed my butt. And that's all I remember. No other details remain. But anyway, what felt like I wanted to let you know. Have a good one. Bye.
She's got a sexy voice.
You're a
Doesn't she?
kept man, Alan. You can't be grabbing
She sounds
butts.
like Melanie Linsky. She's New Zealand. She's from New Zealand, but she always does an American accent. What a cute, cute voice. Well, congratulations, ma'am, for having that dream.
You are the ass man.
No, I'm not the ass man.
Well, as far as the state of New York is concerned, you are.
You are the ass man. All right, well, I don't know what to tell you. That's the beauty of dreams. Is no one's ever concerned about consent.
Well, in my dream, I was hooking up with this girl that I don't even know. She's just like a...
Was it my dad? Was he wearing his Foot Locker
No,
uniform?
no, it wasn't your dad.
Yeah, he said he was hooking up with a girl.
I know what I said.
Was
He's like,
was Mary's dad dressed like Bugs Bunny when
He's
he
like,
put lipstick on?
Bill, I can
No
get you...
Santora's in this at
I
all.
can get you a discount on shoes.
No
And then you
Santora.
just
What do I
immediately
gotta
went
do
from,
for it?
You
Yeah.
went from 6 to midnight immediately.
We're like in a bathtub doing stuff, which is a weird place to be doing stuff. And then all of a sudden these dudes come in and they start like screaming at us and they're like, "Get dressed! This girl's married. What are you doing with her?"
They charge into the bathroom?
And then all of a sudden we're not in the bathroom anymore. We're like in a fight scene where I'm like beating them up with objects that I find in the room, and like
Like
at least
soap dishes
trying
and
to.
stuff and
It's-
lamp
it's-
posts and...
felt like a lot of records. I don't know. Like, and,
you were flinging them like ninja stars?
Like Shaun of the Dead. So we're just fighting all over the room, but it's, dream fights where you're trying to throw punches and stuff like that, and you just can't.
You can't yell.
And so then I'm just getting thrown through stuff, and it was such a bummer too, because like I was pretty close.
Yeah.
And then they come barging in and they're like, "Yeah, that's my wife," and I was like, "Oh, I didn't know that. I didn't know that I would hook up with a married girl in my dream. That's stupid of me."
Makes it so much hotter. That's my wife. You can't hook up with her.
Why does that make it hotter?
Yeah, because
I'm sure it does to you, because you have like straight married dudes slide into your DMs. But why does that make it hotter?
Because it does. I feel like, I don't know, it's more points.
More points.
You're a home wrecker.
I would just be worried. Forget the home wrecking thing. I mean, if somebody comes to him, that's whatever. But, we're in a time now where the last thing you want is somebody on your doorstep with a shotgun.
Correct.
Whether or not you knew what was going on, it's like everybody's gone psycho. Like, who needs that hassle?
No one.
Back in the day, the thought was...
Don't hate the player to hate the game.
Well, no, it wasn't that. It was, well, if two married people are doing something, then they both got something to lose, and nobody's going to blow up each other's spot. But that's not even the case anymore because, like I said, everyone is psycho. And so the last thing you want is somebody trying to run you off the road or, oof.
That's why the dream is the best bet.
Well, no, you're talking about real life. Like, you've messed around with guys in real life.
Or were you talking about married people dreams?
Married people dreams.
Oh.
He's lying. Look at him. He's talking about in real life. That's why he said it's more points. Nobody cares about points in a dream. He's talking about real life points. Points. And who's keeping that ledger, by the way?
I don't know. If you look back on your catalog from your life and all the people that you've banged and you're an old dude and you're like,
I don't think of them as points.
No, I feel like there's some top-notch ones, there's some mid-notch ones, there's some low
There's top, mid-notch.
Yeah, you're like, oh, but you turn it all the way to the left, I'm like, oh. But you turn it all the way to the right, ooh. You're like,
I
people
guess
that didn't have to mess with me, they had stuff to lose, and they still chose to mess with my dusty ass. Like, I feel like it's more points. I'm like, wow, you would risk all that for me?
But it's not that. You were available.
What?
It's not like they sought you out.
Maybe they did.
You were available. If somebody else had been available and willing before you, they would have gone to them.
I'm up front. I'm like, listen, are you okay with this? Like, will you be okay? Are you going to have to go to therapy after this? And if they're like, no, I'm like, all right, well, then clearly you've already checked out. Then it ain't on me.
Yeah, but everybody always thinks that they're going to be fine, too. And
Not
then,
me.
surprise, they're not. And you've got someone trying to stab you in your kitchen.
Correct.
You don't think you would be fine?
I know I don't go into situations like this because I know who I am. I'm very self-aware. Contrary to popular belief, I'm very self-aware. I know the way that I will react to things most of the time. So I avoid
I don't think anyone
situations.
accuses you of lacking self-awareness.
I feel like people think I'm very unhinged.
Well, that's them, but that's not self-awareness. You can be very self-aware, and you can be aware that you're unhinged.
I guess that's true. You can be both.
That's not
I
a
don't
lack
feel
of
unhinged.
self-awareness.
Okay. Well, I don't feel unhinged. Maybe saying that, it makes you even more unhinged. Who knows? But I feel like if I don't go into situations like that because I know how I would react on the other side. Like, I'm not going to sleep around with a married guy because if someone did that to me and I was married, I'd lose my mind. I don't want to be a part of that.
That's how you avoid a lot of problems. That's good. That's how you avoid a lot of problems.
That's why the whole straight boy fantasy doesn't work with me anymore. Just because I'm like, oh.
See, Poundcake occupies this area of that kind of life where he's counting on the fact that nobody will blow up his spot because the guy would then have to admit to his wife or girlfriend that he was doing stuff with a dude. And so Poundcake's kind of just floating out there like Clooney in Gravity, and he's doing fine. He's like, nobody's going to show up at my doorstep because these guys will lie before they'll say, yeah, I slid into a dude's DMs and then went over and gave him lettuce.
I don't think that's on me, though.
I'm not saying it is. I'm just saying that you still kind of, I feel like you occupied that space.
Okay, well, first, like in college, it was fun because everyone's trying new things. I really didn't even, again, it's like the whatever scale they put out there, I don't think you're gay if you mess around with a guy in college. You're trying new things, and if you don't talk about it, if you don't acknowledge it, then I'm not going to say anything. So technically, it didn't happen. I don't count that. But like now in my adult life, I just think like, okay, either this person's like confused, they're not happy in their marriage, or they're seeking me out, which makes me feel uncomfortable because I'm like, oh, why me? Because then my paranoia ties into it. So it just kind of ruins it for me. Like I haven't been with a straight guy in a while, and the last straight guy I went on, like I hooked up with, we kind of went on a date. So it was just very awkward. So I just kind of got off.
You went on a date really far away from where he lives.
No, it was around here.
He wasn't worried about being, well, I guess you can make up whatever you want, but
I would say something.
You look like you're in a Biggie Smalls video in this new camera angle.
Really?
It just looks like you're coming down a hallway.
Good for you.
And I told you that.
Hold up, Mace.
I can't see him.
Just come over here and look at it. Okay. No, never mind. Don't do it.
Jamiroquai over here is getting a new angle.
Because it's almost like fishbowl.
I was reading about a dude who was wilding out at my Taco Bell. Out by me. Some dude, the Westlake Taco Bell in Columbia, Detroit.
Oh, yeah.
Some dude, like, destroyed their...
that one looks like it's a bank.
Yeah, well, it's right next to a bank, I think.
Right,
but,
and it doesn't have the same... it's a newer Taco Bell, too.
He vandalized their drive-through screen, shattered it, threatened the employees because he was unable to order a grilled breakfast burrito potato fiesta.
Well,
it's a lot of words.
So you might think, oh, this was like some drunk guy 2 a.m. This was 9 a.m.
Still could have been drunk.
Still could have been, I guess.
I find it funny.
He had threatened to come. He left, but threatened to come back and shoot the employees.
He's angry. Also, the fact that Taco Bell even had a working screen, because the one over on 117th, they've given up on ever trying to have that.
That's pretty sketchy.
Yeah, that one, they're like, oh, we had the screen for a day and a half, and before it got destroyed, and they're never going to replace it.
When he was told that they were only taking mobile and DoorDash orders, he became irate and smashed their screen and told them he was going to come back and shoot them.
Why don't you just then download the app and make a mobile order real quick?
He was rocking a flip phone or something. They identified him as a 28-year-old Cleveland man who has a history of brandishing firearms at his neighbors.
Cool.
So, he's a really level-headed, cool hand Luke there. He's not
one of those good guys with a gun, right?
Yeah, not tightly wound or anything.
This
so
reminds me of that South Park episode where it's R. Kelly. He's like, so I pulled out my gun. Like, every situation, he's like, and I pulled out my gun.
Day is never finished. Master got me working. Someday Master set me free.
Anywho, how dare you go to my Taco Bell and menace those hard-working employees, you son of a bitch. All right, I got a break. Want to text 35192. AlanCoxShow.com is where the pictures will come up, and you can listen wherever on the iHeartRadio app.
2 hours to midnight.
The new metal show here on WMMS.
Cleveland's metal show is back.
Saturday nights from 10 till midnight.
It'll be the full spectrum of metal. Industrial and thrash. We'll play local stuff and everything.
2 hours to midnight.
So 10 o'clock each Saturday night until midnight.
On the Buzzard.
WMMS.
Hey, this is Lincoln Kennedy. Here's what's trending on the iHeart Sports Network.
Presented by LASIK Plus.
Cleveland is ranked 14th on Sports Business Journal's Best Cities for Sports-Related Business, citing the energy generated by major events and below-average hotel rates. Guardians continue the Cactus League campaign tonight against the Cubbies in Goodyear. Righty Zach Plesac starts on the hill for Cleveland. And hoops legend Charles Barkley wants college athletes and coaches to make name, image, likeness rules, saying they know more than politicians. I'm Scott Davidson.
Do it. Take the first steps towards LASIK and score a great deal at LASIK Plus today. Right now, LASIK Plus is offering $1,000 off their Wave Light laser when treated in March. That's $500 off per eye with guaranteed financing. Visit mylasicoffer.com for details.
Your afternoon drive is brought to you by the Ken Ganley Auto Group, Ohio's #1 automotive retailer.
Hey, it's Poundcake, and I started my fitness journey at Orange Theory Fitness in 2023, and I expected the noticeable benefits like looking my best and learning how to push myself in a gym setting. What I've gained along the way are new friends, more confidence, discipline, and determination. Making one small change in my weekly routine has amounted to more than I could ever imagine. The team at Orange Theory has my back, and I know they'll have yours too. I highly recommend you check them out at orangetheoryfitness.com for your first free class.
All the radio stations you love, every playlist to match your mood, the podcasts that everyone's talking about. If it's on the iHeartRadio app, it's free. Download the free iHeartRadio app for all your music, radio, and podcasts.
iHeartRadio. Hey, it's Rover. The biggest tournament in college basketball is underway, and the action is just getting started on DraftKings Sportsbook, one of America's top-rated sportsbook apps. Right now, new customers can bet just $5 on any pregame moneyline bet and score $150 in bonus bets if your team wins. Plus, combine multiple bets for a shot at an even bigger payout. DraftKings will be featuring parlays and odds boosts all tournament long, so be sure to check the DraftKings Sportsbook app every day to see what they have in store. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app now and sign up with code BUZZARD. Right now, new customers can bet $5 on any pregame moneyline bet and get $150 in bonus bets if your team wins. Only at DraftKings Sportsbook with code BUZZARD. 21 and over. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Physically present in Ohio. Bonus bets expire 7
through Volkswagen Credit. Offer ends 3/31/23.
Portions of the following program were pre-recorded.
100.7 WMMS, Cleveland. Call the Alan Cox Show.
Where's the best place in America to meet single girls and guys?
216-578-1007 or 1-800-348-1007.
You got a reaction. You got a reaction, didn't you? You took a wild orchid. You took a wild orchid and turned it blue. Something better than nothing.
Well, Twitter's going to start pulling people's blue check marks. I want you to pay for them. So we're all going to lose ours.
I think you and I are the only ones that have
I don't
that.
have one.
Well, you're not missing anything then. They can't take from you what you never had, Mary.
Amen.
Right? That should make you feel better.
Yeah, it really makes them not that special anymore if it just means that someone's paying $8 for it, not actually.
Well, that's the whole point,
Yeah.
too. I mean, the point of the verification was so people couldn't impersonate you or whatever. Of course, this could just as easily be a hilarious Elon Musk April Fool's joke. He's just he's a character over there. But they said they're going to start April 1st. That would be next Saturday. They're going to start killing legacy verified check marks on Twitter. If you want to keep it, you got to pay. I don't think any of us would pay to keep the check mark. Couldn't care less. But who knows? Maybe that day will come. I was just playing with Liverpool. $8 a month or $11 if you pay through the iOS app for all of the perks, whatever those perks are. Well, you want to talk about perks on April Fool's Day. That would be next Saturday. It's the second of 2 days of one Bill Squire being in Cuyahoga Falls. Oh, what a time.
Get those tickets, funnystop.com.
Be
Let's sell these
careful
shows
on
out.
the April Fool's jokes.
Are they almost sold out?
No. But I would like them to be.
No, they are not. All right, well.
But there's a lot sold.
People
but
do
it's
things
not-
last minute, too.
Yes.
Yeah.
Especially when, I'm a little saturated in this market.
Yeah.
So.
Well, that's okay. You'll dry out this summer. It'll be just fine.
Not if my pool has anything to say about it.
Hey-oh.
What? Does that make sense?
Does that?
I don't know.
Maybe, sure. Why not? Hey, the great Bruce Campbell will be back on the show on Tuesday. We are out Monday. He will be back on Tuesday. He's going to be talking about Bruce-O-Rama, which is that touring fan trivia thing he's doing. We gave away tickets for it a few weeks ago. I think he's coming to the Agora for that. And then I think he's also a producer on Evil Dead Rise, the new Evil Dead film, which is going to be out soon. And in the pantheon of horror remakes, Evil Dead have to be some of the best ones because they've gone full on, head on into gore and just really heavy duty, hard R horror movies.
And they kind of took the humor that was in the old ones.
They took it out.
They took it out. Like that Evil Dead remake that we saw at the screening of a few years ago.
Yeah.
God, that was 10 years ago now?
10 years ago, yeah. With Jane Levy.
Yeah. Really, really intense movie.
Yes.
Very intense.
Not funny at all.
No.
And this one isn't either. So, they get like Fede Alvarez or these directors who do these really intense horror movies, and they go, hey, want to do an Evil Dead movie? And this one's set, they pull it out of the woods in the cabin, and they put him in a high-rise, which I assume amplifies the dread. You want to talk about bad dreams. Just wait till our own high-rise dweller, Bill Squire, goes to see Evil Dead Rise, and then goes home and can't sleep.
It's going to be so scary.
Because you're worried that somewhere in the basement of your building, there might be a book covered in skin with a variety of incantations inside. You have a big storage? Is there like a big storage basement at Squifle Tower?
There's lockers that surround the garage area, and then there's another locker area in the laundry room. And my storage unit's in the laundry room one, so I don't have the poor people ones that are in the garage. I have
Poor people ones.
I have the good one that's in the.
You don't have one with like a wooden
room.
slat door that you can see through and
Right.
Jimmy open to get whatever they've got in there. They're vast riches.
Mine's in a secured room that there's only, I think, 5 or 6 of us that have a unit in there. So it's pretty sweet. Makes me feel elite.
People talking were texting me in the break. 35192 is the way to do that. About Poundcake's point system, and a lot of people calling him a bad man. And I think that's I think that's overstating it a bit. I think that's kind of silly. That's kind of a juvenile reaction to what he's talking about. But there was a girl in New York who moved in with her grandmother over the pandemic. Her Nana lives in Florida. And when everything started to go south a couple of years ago, she goes, well, I'm going to go down and I'm going to hang out with my grandma. Kim Merstein is the girl. She's 27, and she went to live with her grandma Gail, who's 80, lives in Palm Beach, Florida, during the pandemic. And apparently they're a big deal on TikTok. They started a podcast called Excuse My Grandma, where she and her grandmother talk about dating. You know, Kim's a single girl. She's 27. She's out there doing stuff. And Grandma Gail gives her pointers on what you should. Of course, she's an 80-year-old woman. So her perspective is, you know, you got to open the car door and things like that. Things that maybe some people still apply. Like I opened my wife's car door. And I don't know if that's old-timey. All I know is what I saw my dad do with my mom. And my dad had my mom on a pedestal. I never saw my mom pump gas. I never saw my mom open a door. I never, you know, that was how my dad treated my mom.
Is the new boyfriend doing all that stuff for her?
Shut up, Bill. She doesn't have a new boyfriend.
Okay, her new F buddy doing all that
Shut
stuff?
up.
She's like 80.
74. Thank you very much.
At least I didn't call her
Fighting
80.
words.
Yeah.
Well,
80. Well, Grandma Gail is 80, and she's got some thoughts on the whole thing.
The gentleman should always pull out a chair for a woman if they're going to a restaurant. The person who initially...
Now, what do you think about that? Will you pull out a chair? See, that, I don't know, man.
I go to restaurants where they they already have chairs.
No, you pull the chair from the table, away from the table, not BYOC restaurants.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
You know?
Well, that seems. I mean, it depends on the situation.
Yeah.
Like, I'll open. Like, my girlfriend gets out of the car on her own. Like, but like. If there are times where
I don't open my wife's door from the inside. If we're both getting into the car, I will open her door. She gets in, I shut it, I walk around to my side.
Yeah, I'll do that from time to time, but I feel like most of the time I'm in the car first.
So you're just not doing it.
I've done
she just got to catch up.
I've done it, yeah.
Yeah, she's got to catch up.
She got to be on schedule. You know?
That's right, yeah.
Yeah.
See, Brian
Come on, baby, we got to get out of here, all right? Would you get your ass in the car?
I brought this up the other day. I was like, Brian used to do stuff like that all the time. Open my door. He would give me like
when he was
foot rubs
courting
every
you.
night.
Of
Yes.
course, when he was courting you.
These are the things that drew me. I was like, oh my God, this sensitive, caring, thoughtful man. And I got on his ass the other day and I was like, dude, you haven't given me a massage in a year. In the year that I've lived here, you've not given me a massage. And he was like, well, I'm tired on this. I'm like, well, you can't draw me in. And so, like, when we go on date nights, like, we
Wait a
dressed
second.
up,
There have to be things that you did that you don't do anymore.
Dude, rarely. I'm like the same across the board. I do all the same stuff that I've been doing. But I didn't start as high as he did. I wasn't
what was the,
throwing around lettuce 4 times a week
I was
or
gonna
anything
say,
like that.
what
You know
was
what
the
I mean?
Alex Jones thing? A sucky?
Yeah. Oh, no.
Yeah. What's the sucky schedule?
Well, that's what I'm saying. I didn't know. I didn't like lead with this big extravagant stuff. I've been across the board.
She's been doing the bare minimum since the beginning.
Day one.
Right.
Yes.
His problem is he artificially set the bar too high.
Very high.
Right. You got to kind of start middling. So the only way to go is up.
Right.
He probably thought like, oh, if I do all these things, maybe she'll do nice things for me. And
I do nice things for him all the time. But what I'm saying is that it didn't taper off. I've been consistent with like.
What's the last nice thing you did for him?
I gave him $2,000 when I won $7,000 at the casino.
Wow, that is
That's
nice.
really nice.
That's really
It is
nice.
nice.
Why don't you give us $2,000?
Because you don't give me anything.
I give you everything.
We only give her support,
Mm-hmm.
An
companionship,
outlet to cry on.
professional courtesy, an equal spot at the table.
Yeah.
I guess that's it.
When Brian and I will get dressed up and go on like nice dinner dates, which we do, a couple times. I'd say like once every 2 or 3 months, we'll like get all fancied up and go out and spend good
Gussied.
money. Yeah. And I'll do that to him. Like we'll be both walking to the door to the car, like Bill described. He'll be like a little bit ahead of me or whatever. And I'll just stand at the door. And he'll get in and not pay attention. He'll look at me and I'll just make a face. He's like, "Are you kidding?" He'll get back out, come over the door. I'm like, "It's date night, okay? If you're not going to do it all the time, you got to at least do it on date night,
Alan, people forget there's a proper side of the walk to walk on. The man should always be closest to the street. See, I do that too.
Yeah, in case you get hit by a car.
In case a car jumps the curb, I always walk on the outside.
Brian Kenny has a fantastic bit about that and how dumb that is. He's not stopping a car.
Right. It's going to kill both of you.
Yeah.
But it's
if it hops up on the curb, I mean, if it's driving perpendicular, you get T-boned. Yeah, okay. But I do that. It's like a reflex.
I get it.
But it is old-timey.
I'm even more chivalrous. I give her a piggyback ride.
Poundcake's out there doing that, too. Watching that piggyback porn.
Yeah.
Initiates the date should do the choosing of the liquor. If she's taking him out.
Wait, he should choose the liquor? Is that what she said?
She said something about the date should choose the liquor.
The person who initiates the date should do the choosing of the liquor. If she's taking.
The person who initiates the date should choose the liquor?
I didn't know
Hey,
you
want to
had
go out with me and
this-
drink bourbon?
Yeah, you had to drink the same thing. Like,
Oh.
we're all drinking gin
Alcohol.
tonight.
Got it.
You're the liquor tonight.
Uh-huh. I'll be the licky.
Rock, paper, scissors. See who's the liquor.
Liquor. If she's taking him out, then she should choose. You should not order the most expensive thing on the menu, or even share something. Say, we could share. That would be work for me because I can't eat the whole thing. And I think when the date is over, he should get out of the car in front of her house or apartment and open the door for her.
Mm-hmm.
All right. First of all, a lot of girls don't even want you going to their house on the first date because they want to see if you're a crazy person or not. So
Yeah,
you're
drive
meeting-
separate to the first date.
Yeah, you're meeting there, and then.
And you're not going to impress him by saying, "Hey, let's split an entree."
And I don't think
big spender.
Yeah, I feel like the order the most expensive thing on the menu trope is long gone.
Everything's
I don't do
expensive.
that, yeah.
Right. Like I think people are just going to get the food that they would like to eat.
A salad could be
Yeah.
$20. There's
Right.
no more like $1.50 entrees.
We
Well, she is 80. Grandma Gail is 80.
But she
and
makes
she's
good points.
big on TikTok with her granddaughter, and they're doing dating stuff over there.
We do not like choose the liquor, but our thing is whoever's idea it was. So I guess whoever initiates the date is the one that has to pay. Because we go back and forth on paying, like not one of us.
So are you guys constantly playing a game of chicken then to see who
No.
suggests
Not at all.
which
Yeah,
night
we
you should
haven't
go
been
out?
out in 2 years.
Yeah, we just have been eating peanut butter and jellies at home. No, if I say like, "Hey, I'm craving Italian, let's go here tonight," then that was my idea. That'll be my treat. Or if it's with my family, like you know what I mean. So if it's your family or your idea, you have to pay. So if Brian's like, "I really want Mexican food, let's go to this place tonight," then that date was his idea.
Oh, I see.
He
I
pays
see.
for it. Or if I want to see a specific movie, "Hey, let's go see this movie on Thursday," I buy the tickets because it was my idea to go see the movie.
Huh. So if you said, "I want to see this movie," he goes, "Okay," he wouldn't pay for it.
I wouldn't ask him to. If it was my idea.
But he wouldn't offer.
No, because I guess it doesn't even come up like that. If it was my idea, if I'm like, "Hey, I specifically want to go see this movie Thursday," I'm going to buy tickets. That's kind of how it would go.
Yeah.
Or same thing for him. I want to go to this restaurant, and then we would go, and it was his idea. So
Poundcake, where would you suggest they go if they were craving Italian?
Oh, Little Italy. Mama, what is it? Mama,
From the North Pole.
Mama
Huh?
Santos.
Mama Santos.
Mama Santos.
That's Mary Santoros. Toes
Yes.
is her email, I think. All right, well, there you go. Well, listen, speaking of TikTok, it is the circle of life, really. There's another dead TikToker. Again, I'm out of the loop on this. Isn't social media awesome for people? Isn't it the greatest? Jahane Thomas is a 30-year-old TikToker, a very popular TikTok personality who passed away. And they said it was from headaches, but there's other people who are like, yeah, she had a couple of kids, but she couldn't handle it anymore. I don't know. I've never heard of these people. I mean, it's sad when somebody because they're probably just trying to create a living for their kids or whatever, and,
It just becomes too much.
But it says she had 70,000 followers on TikTok.
That doesn't seem that
Not
much.
a TikTok
Doesn't
star.
seem a lot.
I have twice that.
No, right. That's what
Yeah,
I'm
I got
saying.
more than
Like
that.
that is a lot of people, but to be like a big, they go TikTok star.
Yeah, TikTok stars have millions.
Millions of.
Like I think of like Stefan Johnson, who's got what, like 5 million or something like that.
Mhm.
Like that's a TikTok star.
But circle of life, man. You have one person dying, and you have another, not a person,
Oops, 7.7.
but you have a 7.7 million followers on TikTok.
Yeah, he's killing it.
Holy Christ. Good for him. A 90-year-old tortoise just became a father of 3. So Mr. Pickles is a new dad down there at the Houston Zoo. Became a father for the first time at 90. Now, if you know anything about tortoises, 90 is like teenage years for a tortoise, right? They live to be like 300 years old or something. And he just became a father of 3 for the first time at 90.
Why do they live so long?
There's something that's called biological immortality. Lobsters have it. Tortoises and turtles have it. And I think starfish or something, which means that technically their body processes either are so slow or so something that they will eventually die, but it's a long, long time.
Interesting.
Beyond that, I don't know. I mean, I had a friend who had a tortoise for a pet, and she got it when it was like maybe 10 or 15 and had it in the basement or whatever. And I mean, she's mid-50s now, and she still has it. And it'll probably, I said, it's going to outlive you. She doesn't have kids. I go, what the hell are you going to do? And they're not tiny.
I was
They're
gonna say,
massive.
and
They
stink.
smell. Oh, God. Well, that's why they're in the basement. I go, you're not petting it. You're not, I mean, I guess she is, but
Turtles are nasty, dude.
I'm like, what the hell are you going to
They
do?
stink.
Yeah.
smell
What are
so
you going to, this thing's going to outlive you. And then what are you going to do? You can put this in your will?
My older sister moved and then took her turtle. It was her son's turtle, but her son didn't live with her. So she had him part of the time, right? So she had this turtle that essentially is her pet now because her son's only over
Joint
a couple
custody
days
of
a
the
week.
turtle?
So when she moved, she brought the turtle to my other sister's house, and that turtle lived there for like 4 years. She just
Yeah.
never came to get the turtle. And my younger sister's like, I never asked for this thing. So my younger sister just took it to the woods and just
Yeah,
let
I don't
it
get
out.
the appeal of a turtle.
She's like,
'Cause
this
they're
is never
cool.
my turtle. I never wanted it. It smells bad. It lives in our they have like a screened-in porch. She's like, it basically lives outside. So the one day they just let it go. They're like, bye, go live your life, turtle.
I think turtles are cool animals, but I don't think they're great pets. Just because of how much
they're
they do
cute.
stink. Yeah.
But yeah, they smell real bad.
Yeah, it wasn't for a lack of trying. He gets to work quite often, but the soil out here is so hard and compact. We get a lot of rain, so it's not ideal for incubating the eggs out here. We have had a baby hatch out here, 20-something years ago on accident, hence his name Fluke. This is his first offspring.
I like how he put that Mr. Pickles, the tortoise, gets to work pretty frequently. But he's never been able to knock up another tortoise until now. So, again, circle of life. Mr. Pickles at the Houston Zoo, a 90-year-old tortoise, knocked up another tortoise. Got some kids now. So, going into your weekend, just keep that in mind. That you, and we are all trailing a 90-year-old tortoise. And it'll live far beyond us. I got a break. I'll have those Cavs tickets for you. 1 week from Sunday, they're going to host the Indiana Pacers at the Romo Fijo. So when I go to that game, I will hook you up coming back.
The Alan Cox Show.
On our free iHeartRadio. is The Buzzard.
From the Claiborne Ford Lincoln Studios, serving Northeast Ohio since 1973.
All right, I want a couple of tickets to see your Cleveland Cavaliers take on the Indiana Pacers. It is a week from Sunday, April 2. 1 week out from the end of the regular season. Rocket Mortgage Fieldhouse.com, Cavs.com for all the details. It's Autism Acceptance Night, also presented by Cleveland Clinic Children's and Culture City. Cavs Pacers at the Romo Fijo next Sunday night, April 2. Caller 10, you get a pair here. Good luck, last of the week. 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
To all our men and women in uniform,
I've been a lifelong fan, 20 years in the military, come back, and to find your afternoon show is f***ing horrible.
thanks from the Alan Cox Show.
Horrible.
On 100.7 WMMS.
My brother just sent me a photo of my nephew just graduated boot camp down at Fort Benning today.
Hey.
That's pretty wild.
Congrats.
And spend some more time there, I guess, and they're going to station him in Germany for a while, and pretty wild. Here's a good band. They're from Mexico. They're called Afterglow. This is the kind of thing you'll hear tomorrow night here on The Buzzard. Our brand new metal show is called 2 Hours to Midnight. As the name implies, it's 10 o'clock every Saturday night here on The Buzzard. I'm your host, along with Corey Roddick and Pat Butler. Every single week, this is week 3, we put together 2 hours of awesome stuff for you, the metal fans. There's going to be some local stuff this week, a band called The Static Wake you're going to hear from. You're going to hear some Obituary. You're going to hear a great late 70s doom band called Trouble. A bunch of your requests. 10 to midnight. It is every Saturday night here on The Buzzard. Nothing but metal with me and Pat and Corey. It's a ton of fun doing it. I get jazzed putting the set list together, and just playing the stuff is a blast. So if you're here, this is not a podcast show, but you can listen live on the iHeartRadio app, and I will post the playlists every week on the 2 Hours to Midnight Facebook page. If you're a band that wants to submit something, or you just want to request something, 2htm@wmms.com is the email address. And then Sunday morning, Bill and Poundcake host the Week in Cox. So I have completed my goal of being on WMMS 7 days a week.
Yay.
You've done it. And if
Douchey
anybody
goes, are they paying you more for this? I go, what are you, high? Of
course not.
First of all, it's my idea. I've been wanting to do a metal show since I got here.
It's your idea, so you pay for it.
That's
just
right.
Like Ryan and Brian's
That's
dance.
right, when you guys go to the movies.
You fund it. Listen, we didn't come up with it.
Yeah. Like I was buying my own mic arms at the old building. What the hell are you talking about? What are you saying over there?
I'm thinking about holding some auditions for somebody to do Week in Cox with me.
Why?
Because,
Cody's bad?
Just someone that listens to the show.
Oh.
I mean, that would be great.
It hard to recap when he's like,
yeah.
we never talked about this.
Bill's like, it's right there. You see the name of the clip? It's right there.
No, sometimes your titles are like obscure. Like sometimes.
Right, but then you guys can always, every once in a while, you'd be like, hey, what is this? And I'll tell you. You haven't done that in a while. I assume you got it all figured out.
Well, we can also just go and listen to the clip real quick, too. And
well, then what's his problem?
He doesn't listen to the show.
I'm just teasing him. Just teasing.
I was going to say, I'll be doing real good. I like doing the Weekend Cox. Reminds me of my weekend show, The Sunday Scoop, when I had it in college.
The Sunday Scoop.
Yeah, WZIP.
All right.
Now, I can't even take credit for that because people would be like, oh, you taking credit for that. You didn't invent Sunday Scoop. It was an already created show. And
but you were the host of it for a while.
Well, I was DJ director, so I made myself host.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Like, not everybody gets to create a show. Sometimes you take over for somebody.
I was the gatekeeper.
Right. Gatekeeper. Here's what you can expect Sunday morning in the Week in Cox. Touch My Regina.
Yes.
John Mayer set list.
Oh.
Ice-T, who
Not
was
the
on
one
the
that
show.
you liked.
Oh,
the one that we liked.
The one that we came up with.
The funny one.
Not the one that they both made me cry. Just different tears.
And more. 2 hours of the best stuff from the week is Sunday mornings, 8 to 10, here on MMS. The Week in Cox.
Ding.
Ding. The Massachusetts Institute of Technology studies a lot of things. They study, among many other things, they study something called rheology. Rheology, I'm sure you scientists who listen to the show know this, the study of how things flow or move. Especially
so not the study of Rihanna.
That's what I thought it was.
Yeah.
I thought it was a study of Rhea Perlman, but it is not. Rheology is a study of how
Two
things...
of America's greatest beauties.
Right. So if you know Bernoulli's principle or, things like that, especially when they have their high viscosity. And one of the ways that they were testing this was M.I.T. split 1,000 Oreo cookies in an effort to find the perfect filling. So at first blush, it sounds like something really, really frivolous and stupid. But this was a mechanical engineering PhD candidate at MIT who said, I've always been annoyed at twisting an Oreo, and there's never any uniformity. You'll end up with the cream on one side and bare cookie on the other, or you'll end up with part of one. She wanted to know if there was a specific way you could do it, applying pressure and, to determine if there was a uniformity to it. And they determined after twisting over 1,000 cookies, there was no way to do it and get an equal division of cookie and cream. So that's how... Listen, she's couched it, I guess, to get people interested in otherwise boring PhD dissertations. You got to do something. So she and her team created a cookie twisting device that they called the Oreometer. And they applied very specific rotational force to it to see if there was any uniformity. They could come to a conclusion that, yes, I would think you don't need to be a doctoral candidate at MIT to know that you're probably not going to, there's so many variations in that, you're probably not going to come up with a positive result there.
Okay, but also, who is eating Oreos like this still? Like,
you don't twist them apart? A lot of people do that.
I have dunked Oreos I used to do that when I was a little kid. I would twist them apart. I would eat out the cream filling, but then I wouldn't want the cookie part.
Yeah.
And then I graduated to just dunking them. That's the best way to do it. Dunk an Oreo in your coffee even?
Yeah, I don't
Dude,
dunk Oreos.
You don't dunk them in milk or anything?
No.
You twist them, put them back together, and then eat the chocolate part?
Twist them, put them. No, you twist them. You eat one side,
a
you eat
quarter
the other.
of an Oreo. So he takes the
No, Oreos are dynamite. I'll eat a whole row of Oreos.
Throws the cream in the garbage because it's empty calories.
It's too much.
Takes one bite of a half of
an Oreo thin.
Yeah, and then he says, "That's enough for me."
No, I like double stuff or the thin lemon ones.
Oh,
those are real good.
I like Oreos in the fridge. Throw your Oreos in the fridge. It'll change it. It'll change it for you.
Yeah, make it colder.
No, it's just like, it's almost like a different type of dessert at that point.
Oh.
They're really good.
I don't need a different type of dessert if an Oreo is my dessert.
I love Oreos.
I'm perfectly happy with that.
But I'm either going to pop them in whole or I'm going to dunk them. I'm not messing around with twisting.
What hole?
Don't worry about it.
Well, listen, I will eat a row of Oreos. But yeah, I'll twist them and then you eat one side or you eat the other one.
Background 329, there was a good one, by the way.
She wanted to figure out, this doctoral candidate, if there was any way to show some uniformity there.
But that's too many variables because then all of them would have to be filled
That's
with the
what I would
exact
think.
same
That's
amount of
what
cream.
I would think. But they created an Oreometer, and this is how they did it at MIT.
Doctorate.
Of course.
I hope she didn't get her doctorate after this.
Well, I bet she will.
But as a scientist, you're supposed to have one variable. That's like Science 101. You can't have too many variables because then you don't know
what the control
Right.
is. And right. You have to solve
unless they
for
are
X.
making the Oreos themselves so that every single Oreo was exactly the same weight, circumference, amount of cream to cookie ratio.
Well, I didn't get that far into the dissertation.
Well, I'm mad at her.
So are Massachusetts Republicans, by the way. They accused MIT of engaging in woke experiments to divide the black and white parts of the cookie. Hey, John.
Hi, Alan.
What's up?
Okay, maybe I'm wrong, but I think what my wife does with cookies is insane. Okay, Oreo cookies. She takes the mega stuff, and she takes 2 of them, and takes 1 cookie off of each of them, puts them together for a double mega stuff, and then throws the 2 cookies away.
Wasteful.
Well, it's wasteful, and it's just too much stuff.
That's what I'm saying.
I mean, they have even bigger ones I've seen called most stuff.
Yeah, that's so much.
It's too much. People go, well, Oreos are vegan. I'm like, yeah, that's beside the point. That's just coincidental that there's no organic material in Oreos, lard and sugar, or what? I guess that's not whatever they make it with. Listen, you say I could be wrong. If you don't like it, you're not wrong. Is your wife insane? Now, how many of these will she eat at a clip?
Maybe 2.
Yeah,
That's
okay.
a lot of stuff.
Well, but also if she's eating 2, that would be the equivalent of like 4 of the. I'm fine with double stuff. I don't want to be greedy. I don't want to be. It's like these people. Most stuff. It's fine.
I like the thins.
Well, it's wasteful though. That's what I can't.
Yeah, it's wasting the cookies.
I also like just put if you just want to stack them together, just stack them together and eat the whole. I don't know. It seems
She doesn't want
silly.
the extra chocolate. She just likes the.
John, why aren't you volunteering to eat the cast-off cookies?
Because she throws them away before I can get to them.
He's like, no.
But
Just
I'll
put
let
them
her do
on
whatever
top
she
of the
wants 'cause
garbage,
she's a nurse.
honey.
But
what's that?
I'll let her do whatever she wants because she's a nurse. But
okay,
yeah,
I got to vent to someone.
Well,
so.
she's gonna need a nurse if she keeps eating these most stuff concoctions out there.
John, does her love of stuff
translate
carry into the bedroom?
Not touching that one with the 10 foot.
Yeah.
He's like, yeah.
Well, she's a nurse, so I know she's kinky. Nurses are wild.
She likes double stuff in there too.
Ew, Bill, my mom's a nurse.
All right, thank you, John.
I think I know, man.
William.
You're canceled.
What, are you taking umbrage because your mom is a nurse all of a sudden?
You
He's
said
saying
nurses are
kinky.
freaky and kinky.
You don't know that your mom isn't freaky.
I don't want to stop it.
Neither do you.
Well, nobody wants to think about their mom being freaky, but we simply don't know that they are
But
or
it's
aren't.
okay if they are. Let your mom be a little freaky, kinky lady.
Ow.
Apple
really
doesn't
gross.
fall. The apple doesn't fall too far from the tree.
Yep.
He's saying he's kinky too.
He's kinky and freaky too.
And
so he
remember,
gets it
by
wrong.
his logic from the other day, that he dated a guy who worked for NASA, so he's an astronaut or whatever it was.
Right, transitive property.
He's also a nurse.
I take credit for their accomplishments. Like if someone worked on Wall Street, I'm like, oh my God. Like,
Why don't you take credit for your own accomplishments? Is there anyone else taking credit for your accomplishments?
I'm sure there probably are.
Maybe that should tell you something that there aren't.
Probably not people bragging like, I'm a phone screener.
I got a roommate. I'm 30.
And I'm not in a band.
Sucking it dry. I'm sure there's people that I slept with. They're like, oh, I slept with Poundcake from the Alan Cox Show. I'm sure there's people out there. I don't know who they are.
No
but
one has ever said that
I'm
ever.
sure they have.
Not once.
They were like, and it was awful.
Never. And it was awful.
We did edibles and his mouth was so dry.
That sounds so specific.
Sucking it dry.
He's thinking of one person.
Yes.
No. Oh, you just made a mess.
Yeah, he's got somebody on the brain when he makes a comment like that. Something very specific.
Nothing. No.
We did edibles and my mouth is dry. Well, then don't do edibles. You're going to be in a situation where you need a moist mouth.
Yeah,
Why are you doing
don't dry it out.
Why are you bringing cotton mouth into the situation?
I didn't plan on it.
He's like, oh man, I just ate a bunch of saltines. My bad. Like, what are you doing? I was talking last night to Brian. I told him I think I'm going to start smoking weed again. Or microdosing edibles or something. It's been 2 years.
Oh, good for you.
I know.
I think you should try crack.
No, because it's to fight off. I only say it like that because I can feel myself falling into a depression in the last few months, and I don't want to go on a third medication. So I was like, what's a natural way that I can be less sad? And I was like, oh, weed. But sometimes weed makes you sit longer, and crack doesn't. you're up and at 'em.
You are up and at him. You're taking on the day when you're a crackhead.
Right.
Yep. One foot in front of the other, making things happen.
I have a pen, and sometimes when I hit it a little too hard, I get visions. I'm like, that's so Raven. So I don't know if you're, it depends on what type of level you are. Like if you're paranoid depressed or if you're just like.
I'm just sad.
Sad.
I just want to sleep all the time and just lay around and be a blob
That's not
and do
sad.
nothing.
You're just in your mid-30s.
Is that what it is? Is this what 33 feels like? I just want to sleep.
I just want to be a blob and watch TV.
What do you mean? I could not wait. I was like, today I don't have anything planned after the show. I'm like, I'm just gonna go home, eat. I bought like this is how bad I was. I left Orange Theory last night, and I stopped at like the gas station, not to get gas, but I needed like a sub or something. I needed like just before I go grocery shopping. So I just bought like a foot-long like turkey sub from like the gas station.
Hell yeah.
And
You're eating like me. That's how I eat on the
Gas
road.
station turkey sub.
Dude, I ate
Why
it-
not go to Subway?
Well, because it was after.
It was at like 9 last night.
I did that.
Isn't Subway open after 9?
No.
I don't think
Nothing's
so.
open after 9.
Where is this?
This was in Lakewood.
Nothing's open after 9 in Lakewood?
Not
There's
on
like
my
bars
way.
every 2 feet, huh?
Not on my way. I just wanted something real quick, just to grab something, and like that gas station over there is almost like a mini grocery store.
Oh,
so they
I
had,
see.
Yeah, and I was
Which one
like,
was it?
the Get Go.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah. Okay, yeah.
Yeah, so they have like Giant Eagle stuff inside that store. So I just grabbed some stuff real quick, and I'm like, I'm going grocery shopping.
I just need to eat something right now.
Well, yeah, I had like some chicken stuff that I bought, and I ate.
$3.39.
I did that on
gas
the-
station turkey sandwich.
On the way home from Detroit the other night, I didn't want to leave during John Mayer's set, and I
course
ate right before I left. So I wasn't really hungry when he went on. By the time he got off, though, I was starving because I'm like, dude, I haven't eaten since 3:30, and it's 11:30 at night. And so I did the same thing, Cody, where I was driving home. I had to stop to get gas, but mine was like a Turnpike 7-Eleven at 2 in the morning. Well, I got like an Italian sub, and it had no dressing or anything on it, so it was
A dry
dry.
Italian sub
dry
on day-old
salami.
bread.
Salami. But here's the thing. It's prepackaged, so somehow the bread was still a little moist. And I was like, there is nothing on this sub that should make this bread moist. It was unenjoyable.
Dude,
but I did that the other day.
And I don't know this for a fact. Like, I don't know that the people at the register like judge you, but like when you actually do like grocery shopping or like getting like household items that you should get like at a store versus a gas station, when you get up to the register, they're just like, oh. Like I've gotten like deodorant or like shampoo sometimes.
You know they're trying to. But Get-Go's practically like half a grocery store. I mean,
I'm not talking specifically about Get Go. I just happen.
but they're happy that you're doing that. They're running a business.
But there have been some like I've gone to like just nameless gas stations and stopped to get like body wash or like deodorant or like toothbrush
You're
or toothpaste
desperate.
or something. Like, yeah.
Why are you in a situation that you need to get a toothbrush from the gas? That's like an overnight hoe bag situation.
I think it was probably like toothpaste, and I don't know. This was my time where
This guy's giving himself dry mouth before a date.
Right. It doesn't have a
He
toothbrush.
doesn't have a travel-sized deodorant in the glove box.
But just things, household items there that I've grabbed, and I get to the register, and the guy's like, do you want anything else, like gas? Or I'm like, nope, just these. Or I just feel like they silently judge.
Nope, just these suppositories, and I'll be on my way.
You guys have poppers here.
Poppers. Alan, I ate a whole bagel yesterday, and I feel just fine, FYI. Well, to each his or her own, right? Okay, I've got to take a break. If you want to send a text, 35192 to get me there. Got tickets for The Cure for you on the way back. Last pair this week. They have set a June show out at Blossom. And I think it's sold out. So we'll do that coming back. 35192. Like I said, that's the text. And listen anywhere on the iHeartRadio app.
Rover's Morning Glory.
Curious George wants to know how many people we've each had sex
this summer. June the 11th is the date. I'll give you the last pair of tickets I have here this week. It's a Sunday night, June the 11th, with special guest, The Twilight Sad, out at Blossom, livenation.com. We'll have all the other details. So good luck. Call 10, 2 for the cure. Pack your hankies. 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
Now we come to a very important section, one that everyone dreads, or is embarrassed by, or tries to avoid completely.
The Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS.
Press it. Press it.
World, the time has come to
Depress that button.
World, the time has come to
Depress that button.
World, the time has come to
Depress that button. Thank you.
World, my finger is on the button.
Press it.
My finger is on the button.
You got it? Press it.
My finger is on the button.
Push that button. You got it? Press it. 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 Press it.
The time has come.
Depress that button. Depress that button. Thank you. Tell it your life story. There's another DJ Jake C composition for the show. Does some fine work there. Cleveland Cavaliers win last night. Second of 2 in Brooklyn against the Nets. Oh, it was a buzzer beater. It was a real nail biter last night. The final there was 116-114. And the Cavs are back here at home on Sunday to play the Houston Rockets. And we're down to the last 7 regular season games. They'll finish regular season on April the 9th with an afternooner here at home against the Charlotte Hornets. And what do I have for you next week? We'll be out on Monday. Bruce Campbell back on the show on Tuesday talking about the Bruce Orama tour that will bring him to the Agora. I think he's a producer on Evil Dead Rise. He's not in it, I don't think. But I think he's a producer in it. And next week, I will have Louder Than Life tickets for you. That is a festival that's happening in Kentucky in September, the Louder Than Life Festival at the Highland Festival Grounds. Green Day, Tool, Godsmack, Pantera, Weezer, Megadeth, Rancid, Turnstile, awesome, Foo Fighters, and more. Closer to home, tickets for the Outlaw Music Festival if you want to see Willie Nelson, John Fogerty, and more. As Willie Nelson turned 90.
He's so old.
He's on the road. They'll play in August at Blossom. And then I'll have Offspring tickets for you and Mudvayne tickets with Coal Chamber, Guar, Nonpoint, and Butcher Babies. Playing some Coal Chamber on Saturday night, by the way. Tomorrow night, going to throw in some Coal Chamber for 2 hours to midnight, our 2-hour metal show here on MMS. You want to hear some Jenna?
Oh, fine.
It's time for Sweet Nothings with Jenna from Poland.
I think queer people are smarter than straight people.
This has been Sweet Nothings with Jenna from Poland.
She's really fixated on queer people.
Mm-hmm.
That's a word she uses a lot when she calls. When she's not growling, she's had a lot too. Yeah, she'll just call and growl. Every other call is that. I hope she's okay. But she's very, very fixated on queer people.
Is she does she identify as a queer person?
I don't believe that she does. She's always talking about her boyfriend, and I've never once heard her mention a female or anything else. Doesn't mean that that's not the case.
Yeah.
But I don't know that that's, especially since she's always saying, I wish I was queer. I infer from that she's not.
Hey, Alan. I'm listening to the Alan Cox Show archives, and I went back to the one where you made a supercut of Jenna, and I cannot get the thought out of my head that she sounds like Mary Santora doing a voice. Have they ever talked at the same time? Hate the show, love you, bye!
Well, great. Now the jig is up.
Conspiracy theories. I assure you that is not me. I couldn't even do that voice if I tried. Play a little Jenna. I'll try to do it.
Hold on. Where did I put her?
You don't have a folder on your desktop ready to go at all times?
I think queer people are smarter than straight people.
I think queer people are smarter than straight people.
I mean, that's not bad.
Does that sound like her?
If you were trying to disavow the conspiracy theorists of that notion, you're not doing a very good job.
Well, I've never tried to do her voice before. She's called in while I've been on the air before, though.
That's just what we want you to think. This is all the magic that I'm putting together here on the show.
All right.
That's how we, it's called misdirection.
So then we can add this to my repertoire of, I have a lot of voices that I do.
Going for the man of 1,000 voices.
I know. I do Ruth Langmore and Jenna.
Yeah, right?
That's what I can do.
Aussie Mayor.
Aussie
You
Mayor.
got,
Whitney? Okay, I guess I have 4. Drunk Girl, that's 5.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see.
No,
Nailed
hers
it.
is more like guttural. Hers is a little deeper.
I just think it's so weird that when she's not leaving goofy messages, she's yelling into the phone. I mean, a lot. And always the same every time. Oh, it's always exactly like that. I hope she's
Next
okay.
time she calls in live, should I do her voice? Or is that rude?
No, I mean, she doesn't call live that often at all. So as infrequent as it is, I think it'd be just fine if we had dueling Jennas.
I didn't know she would take that as an insult.
I don't think it's even registering on her radar. I don't even know that she knows where she is.
Right.
I think queer people are smarter than straight people.
Poundcake, your
Queer
thoughts?
people are smarter than straight people.
I mean, she might be onto something. I don't know. But yeah, she's really, really fixated on that.
Poundcake's on the phone.
It's okay.
I do a Jenna voice, but when I do it, I talk to my dog and I say things that I can't say on the air.
You say awful
Racial
things to your
slurs?
dog in a sweet
No,
voice.
I say like
racial slurs. Calls his dog a little N-word all the time.
little piss baby.
Were you guys asking me something? I popped up on the screen and I didn't see. I was on the phone.
I was asking, I played a Jenna clip.
I think queer people are smarter than straight people.
Yeah, I wasn't sure what.
And this show's not a good test for that.
Fixated on, she's always talking about queer people. Yeah, about how she wishes she was.
We know how to survive, but there's book smarts and then there's street smarts. And I don't have neither one, but
I don't have neither one.
I don't have neither one, but
Yeah.
Well, he's right.
so I'm intelligent enough to know that. So maybe I am smart. Hey, look at me. It's Friday.
He
We
just
wildin'.
tricked himself into thinking
He
he's
really
smart.
did. He did a little magic trick there.
I got intelligence.
I was reading a thing this morning that said that it's only Big Bidet that wants you to think that people using toilet paper are walking around with poop in their crack, and that you don't need a bidet.
You don't.
You're just fine.
Man.
Cody, you have
Everything
one and
works
don't use
fine.
it. You don't get to. This is like the you didn't vote thing. You have a bidet, you have
Yeah.
the power, and you don't use it, so you don't get to chime in.
I love my
I
bidet.
think that's fair, right?
No.
Yeah, I agree. Well, he has had a bidet.
It goes for bidets too.
But I've been with guys who had bidet and not bidet, and I would prefer guys with bidet.
You could be a guy with a bidet.
Is that code for foreskin?
He likes them uncut. Or no, you don't like
He
them
does.
uncut?
No, he
He likes
wants
them
them
cut.
circumcised.
Yeah, that's what it is.
Yes, he
wants
doesn't
it-
want the turtleneck.
He wants it trimmed up.
No, never mind. 'Cause people gonna get mad at me for
Yeah.
no, because like they're like, oh, you don't represent the community.
I think if
you don't have to, you can represent
representation.
yourself.
Yeah, why do you have to? Why is everybody hanging on what you're doing for the community?
Oh, I know, because I don't do nothing. I was like, what do I contribute?
I mean,
to the
I can't be
world?
responsible, Bill, for the entire super cool guy community.
We know.
No, you can. You can.
Why should Poundcake have to be responsible for the whole gay community?
And it's not something that I didn't give a try. I've been with guys who were uncut, and you know, I would like to think this again. I would like to think that I'm a good person, and if the guy of my dreams he checked every one of my boxes. Was good looking, had a great job, ambitious, treats me well, wouldn't cheat.
He just had a Shar-Pei in his shorts.
I would like to think that I would be mature enough to be like, you know what?
I mean, you'd like to think so.
I want to think that. I want to think that my dream guy
might be uncut. I thought your dream guy was in a wheelchair.
I thought you were your dream guy.
Yeah, he has a lot of dream guys. It's hard to
Hey!
distinguish one from the other.
In this scenario, I'm just saying.
Big ones, small ones, skinny ones, tall ones, brown ones, black ones, round ones, fat ones.
I would like to think that I'm mature enough to accept people for who they are.
How
and what
frequently
they
do you
have.
test that hypothesis?
I've been with, and I can count them. It's probably about on one hand, like 5 or less guys that have been uncut.
I've only been with one. Freaked me out. I was young, too. I was probably only, maybe 21 or 22. I didn't know it was an option. I had never seen it. I had heard of it, but the guy didn't tell me. And then when we started to fool around, I was like, it's jarring if you're not ready for it. Like, that's intense a little bit.
Huh. See, that's nothing that straight guys have to contend with.
What do you mean?
We don't have to contend with cut or uncut.
Oh, well, yeah, I guess that's true. They all pretty much look similar, right?
I mean,
same general shape.
Yes.
No.
Yep. There, you might get down there and there's a Slyman's lunchtime special going on, but other than that,
which
you'll be okay.
There's nothing wrong with.
Nothing wrong with that at
Some
all,
women get
ladies.
very, very
at
self-conscious
all.
about it.
Nope.
It's perfect.
It's all gorgeous.
And that's the thing, is that they really are. No man is going to be down there like, ew.
No,
I can't believe.
I got no problem looking like I'm being suffocated by a bat.
There you go. Upside down and all.
Yeah.
I got to echolocate my way out of her pants.
Send me through the car wash. I'm fine with it.
Alan, does Mary's sister think that turtles live in the woods?
There was like water by it. She didn't just release it into,
You know,
there
there's
was like
like-
a river.
Oh,
She
you said
released
she
to
took
the
it into the woods.
Yeah, but she like
Like she was going to shoot it.
I
Like,
think she took it to Cold Lake in Berea.
Okay.
Which I might be getting her in trouble. I don't know if you're allowed to release wildlife. She took it to not Cold Lake in Berea, to a different area, and just released it.
Well, okay, good.
But there was like water nearby. She
I
didn't
was gonna
just.
say,
Yeah.
turtle walking around the wood. Yeah, completely dehydrated. Well, there's like turtle rescues out in Euclid or Lorraine or something like that. It's called something. No, for herpetologist, right? Herpetology, isn't that snakes and reptiles and stuff?
I have no idea.
So Herps Alive in South Euclid. Is that where everybody's banging their animals? South Euclid, is that where the beast?
That's where they're banging dogs, though. I don't know if you can bang a turtle.
Well, listen, I think if you devote yourself to any endeavor, but hopefully not. Alan, I was with a guy once who looked like he had a botched circumcision, and I don't even know how to explain that.
It's uneven.
It happens.
Yeah, boy, like when we have Dr. Berglund here and he talks about these people, we'll have people call with a story like that because they're looking for some kind of relief from him or some procedure they can have. And they're like, I'm either really tiny or I got a body. There's just no way around. There's no fixing that. It's like, that's your life. And that sucks because what are you going to do with that? You can only get by with that whole motion of the ocean thing for so long before somebody's like, no, I get the hell out of here. I was trying to humor you there for a little while, but box turtles live in the woods.
Yeah,
says.
take that.
Aren't box turtles just turtles that you put in a box?
You can't put any
box
turtle
turtles
in
are
a
kind
box.
of a.
Oh, it is?
Yeah, it's a kind of. Yeah.
Hey, I learned something.
Don't try to put your turtle in a box, Alan. They could have multiple points of view on different political spectrums. You're trying to put all turtles into one box. Just somebody laugh.
MarySantora.com for all of her upcoming dates. Somebody laugh. She's like Jeb Bush over
Yeah,
here.
please clap.
Please clap.
I'm in Raleigh, North Carolina next week. So if if
Here
you
she
know
comes,
anybody down
North
there,
Carolina.
Got this hot turtle material coming.
That's right. Raleigh.
I got another college gig tomorrow night. I go on at 10:30 p.m. after a hypnotist. So
Ooh.
Hey,
You gotta follow the
are
hypnotist?
you going to
I
be
have to
screaming
follow
at
the
him that he's
hypnotist.
lying to everyone?
Oh, God. No, I kind of believe in hypnotists.
You're so confusing.
She is very confusing. You know, speaking of Raleigh, North Carolina, they have an amazing heavy metal scene.
No.
Corrosion of Conformity, Between the Buried and Me, 2 bands you'll hear tomorrow night on this very radio station with me and Corey Roddick and Pat Butler, 2 hours to midnight. Starts at 10 o'clock. Back to you, Mary Santora. Going to Raleigh, North Carolina next
So,
week.
the turtles in the boxes. Do we need to elaborate on that?
No.
Okay.
Now that I know it's a kind of turtle, I didn't.
Yeah, there's like painted
realize
turtles and box turtles and.
This was a painted
the
one.
Waterfront Village with my friend, the zombie, Jonathan. You're looking good. Jonathan just got an awesome face paint job. What do you think?
I like turtles.
All right. You're great zombie. And
All right. You're on the
great
spectrum.
zombie.
Great zombie.
He does
Mhm.
like turtles, though.
I like turtles.
I like
love that
turtles.
clip.
That's a good one.
So, have you ever been to Raleigh?
No, this is that's next weekend. The same time Bill is in Funny Stop. March 3rd, March 31st, and April 1st. I will be at Good Nights Comedy Club in Raleigh, North Carolina.
You know, North Carolina State University is there,
I did not know that.
and Raleigh, Durham, of course, that big area there. That's the capital city, Mary.
Yes, I did know that.
All right.
That is where I'm flying into. Tomorrow night's gig is in Cedar Falls, Iowa, where I have to follow the hypnotist.
All right.
It's a 7 p.m. to 12 p.m. programming.
Is there any chance that you could pay him to hypnotize the audience to laugh uproariously at every single thing you say?
I should ask him. Be like, hey, man, whatever you got planned, abandon it. Squawking like a chicken or barking
No,
like a
not
dog.
abandon it. Just as like a tag.
Yeah,
before he gets off stage, you go, there's $500 in this for you. And then you film it or whatever.
Yeah.
You hypnotize this audience, and he'll give you some claptrap about that's not how it works. But come on.
Right.
You put a price on it. I bet he'll figure it out.
Maybe.
And then you get up there. It's like a hot knife through butter. You're golden.
That would be incredible.
Yes. And those people will walk away because they haven't been snapped out of their suggestion.
They'd be like, wow, this is the best show I've
They're
ever seen.
lined up at the merch table. They got their hand all the way down your pants, whatever it is.
Yeah.
Why is the hypnotist going first?
Dude, it's from 7 to midnight. It's like this all night long thing for the students.
Man.
They're going to trail off. I don't know how many people are even going to come to begin with.
So wait, so
you
what
go on at 10?
What
I go
order
at
are you in?
10 p.m., so probably 3rd or 4th. There's like a welcome speech, and then there's like poetry, and then there's an improv troupe, and then there's a hypnotist, and then there's me.
So
and
they
then
don't
I
know
think-
how to put on a show
No.
at all. Okay.
And then I think
No
there's
colleges do.
a band after that. I'm pretty sure. I got the email yesterday. Let me look.
Hmm.
Yeah, it is. It's going to be a real. I don't know. And here's the thing, though. When sometimes when colleges do big programming like this, there'll be a lot of people there, so that could work in my favor. Northern Iowa University, or no, University of Northern Iowa.
Oh,
University of Northern
Cedar
Iowa.
Rapids, right? Or Cedar
Falls.
Cedar Falls.
Yep.
The schedule, we have events going on from 7 to 12 a.m. At 7 p.m., we have our student improv group. At 8:30, we have a hypnotist. And then I go on after the hypnotist at 9:30, and then a few other activities throughout the evening. That's what the email says. So I go on at 9:30, not 10:30. But I go on from 9:30 to 10:30, and then there's still an hour and a half after that. So who knows, man?
Who knows, indeed. Jesus. They really got it stacked against you, don't they?
Yeah, well,
when I was in college, I did go to the. I mean, you'll get a lot of freshmen and sophomores. That's what
Freshmen.
And that's a
Freshmen
bigger
and
school. At
sophomore.
least it's not a commuter school like the one that you did the other
No,
day.
this is like people live here.
This is a big school.
They pay a bunch of money, and then they post. They put posters all over like the student center, like, "Hey, come to see this comedian or come see this hypnotist."
That's what we're hoping.
And they'll trickle in because the freshmen have nothing better to do. They have their little lanyards. They can't drink. They can't do anything. So this is like a treat for them.
But
There used to be a comedy club there that I would headline back in the day.
This is not a huge school, though.
It's bigger than the commuter school I was at last weekend.
8,900 undergrads.
I mean, the last one was 1,200.
Right. And also.
Oh, yeah, that's really small. Yeah, okay.
And also,
four of them showed up.
Iowa, so like that's a lot of people for an Iowa city.
I got tricked by a hypnotist last time.
No, you didn't.
Yeah.
How so?
When he came
That's
to
called a tease. I got to take a break. I will have those Monsters tickets for you on the way back. They are going to play the Hershey Bears on the 2nd of the Romo Fijo. 4 tickets for you on the way.
It's the Alan Cox Show. Everywhere on our free iHeartRadio app. Or
totally free iHeartRadio app now.
This is The Buzzard.
From the Claiborne Ford Lincoln Studios, serving Northeast Ohio since 1973.
Traffic can't stop away. Can't stop away.
I'm going to go see your Cleveland Monsters take on the Hershey Bears the afternoon of Sunday, April 2nd. That's a week from this Sunday at the Romo Fijo. It is a pucks and paws game. That means you can bring your dog to the game, courtesy of Northeast Ohio Regional Sewer District, clevelandmonsters.com for any and all details on the games. You get a 4-pack of tickets here. Load the pups into the car and take in a Monsters game. Monsters, Bears on the 2nd. 4 tickets for you. Caller 10-216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
Are you trying to make us all uncomfortable?
Alan Cox.
It's gross, it's weird, it's not right, it's not cool.
And there's plenty more where that came from. Back to the Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS.
Here come the Hawks, the mighty Black Hawks. Take the attack, yeah, and we'll back you, Black Hawks. You're flying high now.
Speaking of hockey,
Let's wrap it up.
it is not an easy time for me to be a Blackhawks fan right now. They're having a terrible season. The only team worse right now than the Blackhawks are the Columbus Blue Jackets. But I was reading about how the Blackhawks are doing a Pride Night this coming Sunday, and they're not going to wear Pride jerseys because they're worried about the safety of their Russian players. Because it's very, very frowned upon. You know, every time a hockey team, hockey is very, very obviously populated with Russian guys. And every time one of these teams does a Pride Night or something, and these guys go, I'm not going to wear that jersey, they're immediately branded as homophobes and whatever. But if you're a Russian guy, look, you can't have all your star players falling out of windows because they had a Pride jersey on. And Putin signed this big old gay propaganda bill into law or whatever. And Russia is a country that is aggressively white and aggressively against homosexuals. Or anything that's a non-traditional, I guess, in their view, sexual relation. So the Blackhawks probably aren't the only team doing this. There are probably other teams where they're like, yeah, we got a lot of Russian guys on this team, and we can't be worried about them getting disappeared in the middle of the night because they had a Pride jersey on. But you can't, you know, they don't want to risk any. They don't want a photo of them in the jersey getting back to Moscow. Anything that might put them or their families, quite frankly, in conflict with the Russian government.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Yeah. So Blackhawks are set to play the Canucks on Sunday, Pride Night, and they're like, we're not going to wear them because of the Russians on our team.
And also the team's doing so poorly that
it doesn't really matter.
Yeah, like
well,
no one has any pride in anything.
Well, I mean, the Hawks still draw. I will say that. Yeah. You know, I mean, when I was growing up, I would tell people, it made me laugh because I was like, you know, the Blackhawks were, those were games where the fans would fight each other. Forget the fights on the ice. The fans would be fighting each other. That's my most enduring memory of going to Blackhawks games as a young boy at the old Chicago Stadium, was the people fighting each other. And I think that was probably before I realized what alcohol does to people. You know, my parents weren't big drinkers. So if we went to a game, it wasn't like my dad had a giant beer or anything like that. Maybe he did and I just didn't pay attention. But as I got older, I would go, oh, that's why. Because as a kid, I'm like, why would the fans of the same team be having a fight with each other? And it made for kind of a pithy anecdote or whatever. But I don't think I understood that that's what alcohol does to people.
Right.
Even people who would normally get along, you pump enough cheap beer in them. By the end of, and hockey is an aggressive sport. That's kind of in the air.
I have a question.
I hope I have an answer.
So I'm not well versed in beer enough to know what a cheap beer tastes like and like how it affects your body. Like what is a good beer where, you drink it and you can feel totally fine, but a cheap beer you might have the same amount and be bouncing.
Well,
off the
by
wall.
cheap, I just mean something that tastes almost like water.
Okay.
Bud Light, Miller Lite.
It's
Coors
so
Light.
watered down that it's not expensive. It's not. It'll get you where you want to go, but you're not spending a lot of money. It's not like
Okay, I thought it was just like how different alcohol, like different types of vodka or different types of tequila might.
Well,
be
the alcohol
different.
content and the carbohydrate content are what are going to affect your health overall, right? So better quality beer, if it has less alcohol, it has fewer carbs in it, then I guess you could make the case that might be better for you. But people are looking for I don't think that people are looking for like, what's a healthy beer? You see the commercials.
It's like
Oh, yeah, the
they just
Ultra, extra light.
They just got off the treadmill and they're having a beer.
Carbs.
Right. And
Yeah.
listen, I'm sure there's something to that, but and that's one way to market it.
Yeah, I feel so old because I had to thug it out this morning because I ran out of creamer for my coffee, and I was like, "Well, what do I have?" And
Do you have any oat milk?
I put honey in.
Oh God, what a great story.
Honey in your coffee.
Mm-hmm.
Was it good?
It was enough to. It was just enough sugar to just like get me by because like drinking black coffee, it has me bouncing off the wall. Like it's not a good energy surge. It's like almost.
It's too much. You need to cut it with something.
Yeah, I have to have.
But it's the same
something.
amount of coffee.
But it's watered down. Like when you have the creamer,
It hits it a little bit different.
Maybe it splits it up, or I don't know exactly how it works because I stir
The
it.
cream
really well.
slows them down.
Yeah.
You must use a ton of creamer.
I do it till it's yellow.
12 ounces of cream.
Until it's yellow.
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 You using Peeps creamer?
I'm just saying, like it has
He's
a nice.
drinking 12 ounces of iced milk and then a shot of coffee.
Like I've had it dark brown and then I have it like light brown. Like when the
Milk
coffee
and sugar.
when the coffee
You'll-
looks my complexion,
That's when you like it.
that's how I like it.
Yeah, someone from TAM was complaining yesterday because they got a coffee from Starbucks and they didn't put the oat milk in there,
Mm-hmm.
and then they just dumped it down the drain.
Dump
They're
the
like,
whole coffee
whole
out.
coffee. They're
Because
just
there
like,
was
nope.
no oat milk.
And I just think that's very funny because this is a person that if their audience knew that they were throwing a
Screaming
stick
about
over,
oat milk.
about
Yeah.
oat milk, they'd be like, "What the hell? Just drink your coffee black, buddy."
Yeah. I mean, cheap beer is like every region has like a cheap beer. In Illinois, it was like Old Milwaukee or Old Style. All these Wisconsin beers, Old Style.
I mean, Bush,
Yeah, Hams.
Hams. Yeah.
Yeah.
What's the other? Red Stripe.
I love Red Stripe,
Black
but that's
Label.
like Jamaican beer though.
Black
But, like,
Label's like 50 cents a can.
When you were just
I
in
love Black
Austin,
Label.
Lone Star is a great beer down in
I
Texas.
like Lone Star. I
Yeah.
like Red
Jenny-
Stripe's not like a cheap beer though.
I meant
No,
Black
it's-
Label. I didn't mean
Oh,
Red
Black
Stripe.
Label, yeah.
I like Red Stripe a lot.
I do
though.
too. Upstate New York, you can drink Jenny Cream Ale. You ever had a
Oh
Jenny
yeah,
Cream Ale?
Jenny.
So good.
But those are heavy.
Gross, dude.
I can't do those.
Iron
Like,
City, when I live in Pittsburgh, you go to a Steeler game, it's Iron City all the way around.
Oh, yeah, I like it.
I
I
go,
like Iron
hey,
City.
I got a 6-pack iron. I got my soft cooler, some chip ham sandwiches in it. And then afterwards, when those all get spilled out in the parking lot, because I had to hit somebody over the head with my cooler just to get them off me.
Last year when I headlined a show in Pittsburgh, they asked me for a rider, and the only thing that I wanted was a case of Iron City.
Iron City beer.
And I got it and brought it home, and I love it.
Mm-hmm. If you're out in Denver, you can drink Coors Banquet. You ever had Coors Banquet?
Yeah, they have
I
that
had
here
an
now.
ex who was
Do they?
obsessed with that.
What's
Yeah,
that?
They
I
have
had
it here.
an ex who was obsessed with that. He was so the worst.
Okay, so before we went to break, Poundcake said, what did you say you got?
I got tricked
tricked by a
hypnotist.
hypnotist.
Well, because he was doing the entire show. He did like 45 minutes of a show, and everyone was on stage acting a fool, and I was convinced by it. And so he was like, if you guys want to see, he was like, if you like what you saw on the stage tonight, I need you guys to pull out your phones. I'm gonna pull a trick on you. And he was like, it's gonna be really cool. And then he was like, everyone send your numbers to this link, or send your numbers to this number. Everyone text this number, and you'll receive a surprise.
Mm-hmm.
So we all texted it. And then he was like, no.
You're on his mailing list.
Yeah.
It was so
What do you mean you got tricked?
Yeah, I got
What did you
tricked.
think it was going to be?
I thought he was going to do a trick on our phones. Like, I was like, I don't know. I don't know what I expected.
Oh, that's great.
He was like, now he's like, send your number to this number. He was like, and you're going to special surprise. He was like, just wait for it.
You're going to get nonstop spam from me. Surprise!
And he was like, I got a project coming out soon. You'll all get updates. I'm like, oh, God. I
To
don't want
this day,
updates.
he's still getting updates from that guy.
Yeah, you text back, stop. Call it a day.
But I was like, damn it. So that's why college students should be making like life decisions in college, because I was so gullible. I gave my number to a stage performer thinking that he was going to perform a trick for me.
He tricked you into giving him his your
Sure
info.
did. Mary is performing at the University of Northern Iowa, and she'll be following a hypnotist.
Now,
And this is a 5-hour-long variety show like it's the goddamn Osmonds in the 70s.
I found their Facebook page, and this is why I need to ask more questions, because it is not a 5-hour-long variety show. So what the Facebook page is called Cab After Dark Campus Activities Board. This event will be huge with tons of activities and performances to create a fun-filled night from 7 p.m. to midnight. Come and go as you please, or stay the whole night to experience it all. So here's the schedule. A couple of things are going on all night. What this sounds like, because there's things happening simultaneously, is that each of these things is happening in a different room. So activities
you could potentially be losing people to the hypnotist.
Yes, activities that are going on all night. Stuff a dinosaur, which I'm assuming
What
is
the hell
like a
does that mean?
Build-A-Bear.
Yeah,
For
probably.
college kids?
And then esports, board games, and crafts. Those are all night activities. And then from 7 to 8 is the student improv show. From 7 to 9, you can make s'mores outside.
Jesus.
Wait a minute.
College?
Listen. College. 7:30 to 8:30 is face painting.
Is this a Christian school or
I
something?
don't
This
think
sounds
so.
really,
I will mess
really...
up some s'mores, though.
7:30 to 9:15, they're showing Ferris Bueller's Day Off.
All right.
8:30 to 9:30 is when the hypnotist is on. And then...
Or is he?
Right. And then 9:30 to 11:30, they're showing the movie Cars. I'm on 10 to 11.
Crazy.
College.
That's when we get into the Pixar,
10 to 11, I'm on. I'm listed as Mary Santorina, Santorena.
Oh, no.
And then, but also from
Ain't
10
got
to 11.
Mary Santorina.
Right.
I ain't got no crystal ball.
I'm in the other room with a magician.
Here's the three things
He's lying
happening.
to y'all.
Three things simultaneously happening from 10 to 11. My performance, spa night, and yoga are all happening from 10 to 11 in different areas, I'm assuming. And then Just Dance is on from 10 to 12.
Oh, God.
Bingo from 11 to 12.
And you're on at 10?
I'm on it from 10 to 11. Dodgeball from 11 to 12.
That's going to be the longest hour of your life.
But what it sounds
and I know
like...
you've had some long hours on campus.
What
but
it
that is
sounds
gonna
like
be-
is there's multiple rooms where all these things are happening, which means people very well walk into
They're
my
gonna come
room
in and out and see a
walk
comic.
right out.
see comedy and be like, I'd rather go watch the movie Cars and go next door. So, food for the night. Chad's Pizza will be there from 7 to 8. You can have popcorn.
Chad's the best.
Popcorn from 8 to 9. Uncrustables from
God, I
9
love
to
that
10.
Northern Iowa style pizza.
Uncrustables?
They're serving Uncrustables from 9 to 10 p.m.
Like that.
Like the peanut butter and jelly
Everyone's going to be
Uncrustables.
stoned.
Maybe that's where that. I'm sure it's April Fool's, but like Domino's had the corn cob crust pizza.
Yeah.
Do you see that going around? Maybe that's an Iowa delicacy.
Fruit and veggie trays from 10 to 11, which I also might lose customers to the fruit and veggie trays. And 11 to 12 is cookies.
Woody, what do you know about the University of Northern Iowa? You're a native.
I don't know a lot about it. My girl Jen got her bachelor's from that school, and but I know it's in Cedar Falls, Iowa.
Yeah, but what the hell? This is a college. What the hell's with all the junior high activities?
I have no clue about junior high activities, and I haven't for the last 40 years probably.
All right, that's a good dodge.
But you were talking about cheap beer. That's what made me want to call in, and you were mentioning all these things. When we were in high school, and a little out of high school, you talked about Old Milwaukee beer. There was a beer called Old Milwaukee's Best, and this swill was like $6 for a case of it.
Well, it was Milwaukee's Best.
Yeah, Milwaukee's.
There was
That's
old
right. I'm sorry.
Milwaukee, and then there was Milwaukee's Best.
Which was like the bottom of the barrel, right?
Well, I thought Milwaukee's Best was better than Old Milwaukee. I mean, there's a river in northern Illinois called Kishwaukee River, and everybody called it Old Kishwaukee because it tasted so bad. But I don't know, man.
Milwaukee's Best. I remember it was so cheap, and it was affordable for kids to buy, and man, it just was just garbage.
Iowa in general has some of the cheapest beer in the entire country. They do not charge a lot for beer in Iowa.
It's so funny you said that because right when I was waiting after I talked with Cody, she said, "Is it still true that our Carroll County drinks the most amount of beer per capita people in the entire country?" I'm like, probably. I don't know.
Maybe so.
But yeah, Northern Iowa. You never seen Northern Iowa? It's in Cedar Rapids.
Cedar Falls.
Cedar Falls, Iowa. Yeah, north of Iowa City, way out east. But yeah, it should be a good time, right? Well,
it sure doesn't sound like it. Boy, it does not sound like it. All right, thank you, Woody. It does not sound like a good time at all.
So I'll come back Tuesday with some stories, at least.
You hope.
If I decide to come back, I might.
Unless he erases your memory. He does a brain wipe on you.
He's on before me.
Yep.
In a different room.
Yep. That's how good he is.
Yeah, maybe. He casts a spell.
But he could come in while you're on. He's on before you. He could come into your room and do some hoodoo voodoo on you.
It's a little frustrating that his time slot, he's the only thing to do.
Well, this is why you need to ask more questions.
I can't.
Listen, if Mary Santora doesn't ask questions, maybe Mary Santorina can ask more questions for future gigs.
Oh, boy.
I've got to take a break. If you want to send a text, 35192. You can watch if you like. If you prefer pictures, AlanCoxShow.com, and we'll be back.
It's the Alan Cox Show on 100.7 W.
100.7 WMMS.
Cleveland.
Our phone operators are standing by with their thumbs up their asses, waiting for you to call. So call.
Call the Alan Cox Show. 216-578-1007 or 1-800-348-1007.
$35192 to send me a text. If you're watching live at AlanCoxShow.com, you can thank Brooker Kindubert. Helping out today. So thank you very much for that. If you listen to us on iHeartRadio, on the app, tell me where you do that. Tanya is in Louisville, Kentucky. Krista listens in San Antonio. Josh and Mallory are in Denver. Patty's in Auburn, Washington. Sonia is in Schenectady, New York. And Juanita is in St. Louis.
Thank you, Juanita.
Hello, hello.
Hey, Alan.
Hey, Juanita. What's up?
Yeah. Political Joe, shout out. Can we give it up for Mary? She's been here every day this week, and it has been the joy of my life because I miss Mary when she's not on the show. I really like her on the show. You're so funny.
She has not been here every
Mary,
day this week.
She is not?
It was that Monday.
That's how closely Juanita is listening to the show.
That's okay.
She left halfway through Wednesday's show to go to John
3.5
Mayer.
days.
3.5 days.
It's a lot.
Hey, that's more than what we're used to. Okay,
You're welcome.
So let's give it up for Mary. And it's big
For coming to work a couple of days.
We're going to work a few days this week.
Hey, listen, whatever, right?
When are you going to be at the University of Iowa next week?
Yeah, I'm actually there tomorrow. I'm at the University of Northern Iowa tomorrow.
Oh.
Northern Iowa, not
Northern
University
Iowa,
of Iowa.
not the University of regular
Not Iowa
Iowa.
City.
Oh. Okay.
University of regular Iowa.
University of Iowa for their grad fair, repping a company. And I was kind of, Mary, the college stuff now. But just have fun with these kids. They want to have fun. So just go in there. You know what to do. You're funny.
Yeah.
You're going to kill it.
Thank you.
Yeah, but you don't exactly have a captive audience either.
No.
I mean, college gigs are tough enough without people going in and out of the room.
And someone walking in being like, the Uncrustables are served.
Right. Conceivably, there could be moments where you're talking to nobody.
Yeah.
And you just stand there and then wait for somebody to come in and then just start a joke halfway through so they think they walked into something. And
we'll see.
you know how great comedy is when you walk halfway through the bit.
Yeah, but all you need is just one kid, stoned off of his butt to just sit there, hold me Uncrustable, just be like, and laugh at one of Mary's jokes. And that'll make it all worth it. I mean, you're getting paid
very
anyway.
clearly don't
These
have a lot of
kids-
experience in public
That'll
speaking.
make it completely worth it to have one stoned kid at Mary's show. That'll be
Uncrustable, mind you.
fantastic. Thank you, Juanita, out there in St. Louis.
She's trying to be nice. She's trying to be sweet.
She's
I
trying to be
appreciate
supportive.
it.
Positive, yeah.
Yes,
That's right.
I appreciate that.
Uh-huh.
Very glasses half full type of person.
Uh-huh. Hey, Drunk Sue.
Hey, how's everybody doing?
Each other. Drunk Sue had a birthday last weekend.
Yes, I did.
And how was it?
It was good, man. I got cards, I got flowers, I got lottery tickets, I had company.
Oh, cards. I thought you said you got a car. I'm like, that's a great birthday.
Oh, that would be a horrible birthday. I don't drive.
What are you doing now? I thought it just sounded like your blinker was on.
No.
Oh.
No, that was me. I was rolling cigarettes. Hey,
She's
I
roll
got
your
a
own.
comment.
All right.
Yeah. About 40 years ago, we used to buy this beer. It was at the grocery store and it was in a white can.
Yeah.
And all it said on it was beer.
Beer in a white can. Yeah.
Yeah, with black letters. Just generic beer.
Mm-hmm.
It was like 99 cents a six-pack.
Yeah, sure. General generic beer.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And then they had one that was called Red, White, and Blue. And it wasn't too bad. It was $1.25 a six-pack.
I remember red, white, and blue beer. Do they still make that?
I don't know, but it wasn't bad.
No, I remember
for
that.
Us for us po folk.
Po folk, right. That was a Wisconsin beer, I think.
Yeah, that I don't know. All I know is it's Super America.
So how are you? Are you still convalescing, Sue? How you doing?
I'm doing a lot better, man. Leg swelling's going down.
That's
a little
good.
more mobile.
Okay, that's
Yeah.
good. But are you out of the woods, or are you still kind of hobbling?
Oh, I'm past the halfway mark, I think.
All right. Did you do any? Did you do anything for St. Patrick's Day?
Same thing I did on my birthday.
I guess it'd be ridiculous for me to ask what specifically.
Yes, it would be ridiculous.
Yeah. Oh, all right. Well, all right. Well, happy belated birthday, Sue. I'm glad everything's going okay out there.
All right. Thank you, baby.
All right.
Sue, Sue, Sue.
Drunk Sue checking in from Canton.
Sue, 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 Sue.
This should be Tim Misney's theme song.
Sue. Sue.
I get it.
Sue, 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 Sue.
Thank you, Bill.
I get jokes.
Yep, I know. So, Mary at the University of Regular Iowa tomorrow out at...
No. Northern.
Cavaliers win their second of two in Brooklyn against the Nets. Beat them twice, 116-114. Isaac Okoro coming across with the buzzer beater last night to hand the Cavaliers another win.
The Spanish call of it is fantastic.
Oh, yeah? It always is, right?
Let me see if I can find it and send it to you.
Listen, you know that I am only in sports for the names. And there's a guy who's playing basketball for Kent State whose name is Sincere Carey. Carry. Could there be a more perfect basketball name? Sincere Carey. That's the best. So congratulations to... I don't know if he's any good at all, but what a great name. I'm only in it for the names. I was reading Tom Brady bought a piece of the the Las Vegas Aces. That's the WNBA team out in Las Vegas. They have the distinction of having the highest paid WNBA player on the Vegas Aces. What do you think the highest paid player in the WNBA makes?
$150,000.
Not $350,000 a month like that
Like the
OnlyFans
OnlyFans
girl.
Yeah. Jackie Young.
Per game or per year?
Per year. Annual salary. I mean, there's
probably
endorsements
makes-
and things too, but what do you think they pay her?
Per year, she makes $1 million a year.
She makes $252,000
I was closer with
a year.
$150,000. That's crazy.
Jackie Young plays on the Las Vegas Aces. She's currently the highest paid player in the WNBA. They also have Candace Parker, who I used to run into because she's from suburban Chicago, and I worked for the Chicago Sky before I came to Cleveland. She was playing for L.A., I think. But Candace Parker, when she'd be in town, would always kind of pop her head in, and she was a lovely person. She plays for the Aces, too. I don't know what kind of money she makes. But Jackie Young, the highest paid because I think when I was with the Sky, the NBA still subsidized the WNBA. But I think it's a standalone thing now. But that's the highest
And I think
paid
they
player.
still are, but
are they really?
You
think they? Because listen,
that's only where they were.
I was with the Sky in like 07, 08, 09, and these girls were making like $35,000 a year. They weren't making anything. They'd have to play all year long in the off season here. They'd have to go over to Russia.
Well, that's why
or
Brittany
they'd have
Griner was in Russia.
Right. You got to get paid, or they'd be doing like a regular job.
Yep.
And they were still professional athletes. They just weren't making any money.
But I'm going to say that this was the salary that they're making, but not.
There's endorsements and things.
There's
endorsements and stuff too, but it's still.
That's a very low salary. I mean, if you looked at like even a low-paid male NBA star, they'd be making a hell of a lot more than $250,000 a year.
Yeah, there's people like in sports I've never even heard of, and they're, I look them up once I find out they're dating someone famous. I'm like, this dude plays for what team? And they make like $500,000. I'm like, so you get a bench warmer and he's making $500,000 just doing nothing.
Yeah.
Oh, dream.
I mean,
that's amazing.
The best job in sports is backup quarterback, where you're making $10 million, $15 million a year.
You're not getting hurt.
Just to go in case they need you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're basically going to practice, right?
Mm-hmm.
But chances are, I think backup quarterbacks they get used a lot because a lot of people get hurt in football, right?
Right, but you're still making more money than running backs that are being used every
And you're
play.
not all run down.
Right.
Yeah.
So Tom Brady is now only time he's ever been referred to as a minority. He's now a minority owner of the Las Vegas Aces, which is owned by Mark Davis. He of the amazing haircut, who also owns the Raiders.
Do you think he looks happy? I watched like the Instagram video of Tom Brady saying, and I don't know, I feel like he's wearing a mask.
What do you mean?
I don't think he's happy.
I don't think Tom Brady
How could
is
he
a
be?
dynamic
He's
personality.
such a failure. He can't.
I didn't. That's,
No, but he's
success
devoted.
doesn't mean you're happy.
He's devoted his entire life to football, and so I get the vibe that he's just. You kind of have to be robotic in that. You have to put everything else aside. Like you love your kids, you love your wife, but they all come second.
Mm-hmm.
And if you're going to be at that level, you got to be that guy. Happy. Who knows? Frankly, who cares?
Just say he's done with that now. He can be. Could you imagine if he was holding that in the entire time? No wonder he was all stressed out and his face like looked all sunk in. Now he's
Sunked.
Sunk in. All sunk in.
All
Sunk in?
All sunk
All
it in.
sunk in.
sunken in.
I mean, that's better. Yeah.
Okay. But yeah, I mean, I feel like
Yeah, but he's got to see pictures of Giselle and her Krav Maga teacher or
jujitsu.
whatever it is.
Ooh, and there was pictures of him like they went horseback riding on the beach, and he's all like shredded. Tom
Yeah, because
Brady,
he's 25.
is he 25? He looks
He's
a lot
young.
He looks a lot older than that. He doesn't
No.
have the best face. Tom has the better face, but when it comes to body, this guy.
Yeah, of course he looks older. Imagine if you were constantly being drained of your life force like he is.
Yeah, well.
Yeah, he got like a old horse face. Like he's not cute.
Old horse face.
Yeah, like a horse that's
Joaquim Valente is her jiu-jitsu instructor, and
he looks like
she's going out with him. I don't know how old he is.
He looks like he stinks.
Well, he probably smells like patchouli.
There's just certain people that I'm like, oh, I bet he has like an aroma. Like some people have, like, I don't know. You can smell him after he leaves the room.
An aroma.
They
when
do.
I sent to the group chat last night, I sent that OnlyFans girl who makes $350,000 a month. Cody said she looks like she smells nice.
She does.
Yeah.
She uses probably like a really good shampoo, or like.
I mean, she's rich.
Coat
so I would
herself in
hope.
like douse herself in lotion.
It goes a long way. Alan Sincere Carey was the MAC Player of the Year last year.
Hey,
He's the best guy at Kent. Okay. So says Mark. Played for Solon. All right. NBA league minimum is $953,000.
There you go.
So you can be a
That's so
scrub
crazy.
and you're making, I mean, after all is said and done, you're paying agents and managers and taxes and
But
all
But
that.
still,
That's a lot of money.
$500,000 league minimum,
Right.
and the highest paid payer.
No,
No,
953,000.
But no. I'm saying after
Yeah.
after all your taxes and fees
Right.
and agents, you're probably at least walking home with $500,000.
Yeah, she's paying all those same people out of $250
Right.
grand.
She's making the same amount as a pharmacist.
Yeah.
That's insane.
doesn't
Or a
have-
car salesman.
Well, it's like the Bill Burr bit. Go watch the games.
Yeah.
Go watch them.
I mean, I don't like basketball in general. I'm on record saying that.
Alan, this is Alex checking in, okay? Now, as you know, I monitor your liberal goddamn demon podcast. I'm several days behind, but you're talking about speaking in tongues and the lesbians at the daycare. And you're talking about it like it's not real, okay? Everybody knows that when the Holy Spirit comes over you, just kind of, hate the show. Thank you, Jesus.
Why did he say the last part in English? How did
That's
he,
the most
how did
sense
he
that Alex Jones has ever made.
Seriously.
How did he manage to get hate the show out in English?
Well, the Lord works in mysterious ways.
Yeah, I guess that's
Yea, my son, I see Koshantalololosi. Yea, my son, I see Koshantaya.
I mean, we've had people over the years that have spoken in tongues on this show. And they don't go unnoticed.
So I just called in just running from, just getting in there.
Oh, Rick.
Rest in peace,
We
Rick.
miss you, buddy. Brian Hoyer was Tom Brady's backup for years.
Mm-hmm.
Yep, that's right.
He's from around here, isn't he?
North Olmsted.
Yep.
I think. Yeah. Okay.
So, yeah, very, very exciting for Tom Brady and his ex-wife. Although she's been saying that it really wasn't about football that they split up. And it's probably because Tom Brady is a robot. It's like Tom Cruise. You know, they're like, Suri's going off to college, and she hasn't seen him in 12 years. He has nothing to do with her life because Katie Holmes got her out because she would have been some Scientology princess.
Mm-hmm.
Best thing Katie Holmes ever did. Smart woman. Pride of Toledo, Ohio. And, but when you're at that level, you have to screen everything else out. You just have to, you don't have time or, you know, people are like, Tom Cruise is so nice and people have worked with him. And that's probably true. Whatever Scientology's doing for him is working for him.
So his other kids are in Scientology? He has other kids.
He has adopted kids with Nicole Kidman.
But they're like black. They're like
Yeah,
biracial.
I think Suri is his only natural child. And they have no relationship.
No, yes, they do. Because there was a.
It said he hasn't seen her in 12 years.
I'm not talking about Suri. I'm talking about
No,
his.
that's what I was
Well, we were talking about that.
But I was.
He sees his adopted kids all the time, I think.
That's what I'm asking. Are they
Yeah.
in Scientology? Because that would mean that Nicole Kidman got them into Scientology.
I don't know.
Because why is he treating his adopted kids better than his, blood kid?
Well, because he has a relationship with them.
Blood kid.
Blood kid.
Hello,
Get over here,
blood
blood
child.
kid.
My blood child.
It's my blood child. How you doing, blood child? Hope you're having a good day, blood child.
Uh-huh. Yep.
Blood child, you could learn a thing or two from your from the kids I bought.
Get over here, blood child. Tell me what you think.
Yay, my sandala de de I see Koshantala lo 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 see. Yay, my sandala de de I see Koshantaya.
Well, nobody watches the WNBA.
Yeah, we know.
Yeah. Well, the games, it's all high school girls and lesbians that are at the WNBA games, and they paper those games, boy. They're bussing in high school girls. But they're fun. You know? I used to host the games on the floor in between, and run around and doing dumb crap, and so fun.
There's a comic, we've talked about him a couple times. His name is Jeffrey Osmus, and he has a bit about the WNBA where he talks about Brittany Griner. And he was saying, like, that's how you can tell that other countries don't understand what we prioritize in America. That they stole an NBA player or a WNBA player. And he's like, oh, if you ever want to see your prized athlete again, and people get offended at it. And he's like, if that joke offends you, tell me what team she plays for. And, like, every time he's done it, no one has been able to tell him. Like, no, he's asked, like, genuinely asked, like, you're upset right now. All right, ma'am, you have a pissy look. Tell me what team she plays for.
She played
and
for
she's sitting there
Phoenix?
like, no.
I don't know.
Oh, I thought she played for Phoenix.
She might.
But that's the whole point. That's
Don't
like,
know.
I mean, exactly what we're saying is that people can get offended all day long. And they're like, yeah, but I mean, like, I'm not going to watch.
Brittany Griner plays for the Phoenix Mercury.
Crazy about a Mercury.
Isn't that a Chappelle bit about being on the airplane and no one's going to take it hostage because no one's going to take that plane hostage or because nobody's going to negotiate for black hostages? It's kind of along those lines.
That's a different.
Brittany Griner.
I think the Chappelle bit was he saw another black guy on the plane and they like nod at each other and the white people are like, I think these black guys are gonna
try to
hijack
save
this
us.
plane.
He's like,
Or try to
"Nope."
save us. Yeah, and he goes, nope, we just know that they don't take black hostages.
Give us the money, or do we? Hello? All right, let me take a break here. I'll get that last pair of tickets for you for the Autorama. It's back at the IX Center. This weekend? Is it this weekend, the Autorama? I will tell you when we return. I will know for sure. Yes, the Autorama. Oh, no, next weekend. Hence the giving you the tickets. 4-pack for the IX Center next weekend if you want to get to that. 35192 to text.
Monday night.
Join us to celebrate the songs and artists you've loved over the past year.
At our 2023 iHeartRadio Music Awards.
Hosted by Lenny Kravitz.
With Innovator Award recipient Taylor Swift.
Thank you so much for this award.
And performances by iHeart Icon Award recipient Pink, Coldplay, Kelly Clarkson, LL Cool J, Keith Urban, Pat Benatar, and Neil Giraldo, Lotto, Money Long, Cody Johnson, and more.
It's the award show where fans help decide who wins.
The fans, we love you guys. Thank you.
Where once-in-a-lifetime performances take place.
These crazy performances.
And where the music you love comes to life.
Plus, appearances by Cher, TLC, Her, Phoebe Bridgers, Donald Faison, Zach Braff, Joel McHale, Nicole Scherzinger, Nikki Glaser, Jordan Davis, the Buffalo Bills, DeMar Hamlin, and more. Live from Hollywood.
The iHeartRadio Music Awards.
Watch on Fox and listen on iHeartRadio.
Monday night at 8 p.m.
From the Universal Windows Direct Weather Center, WMMS Weather.
Tonight, rain, a low in the upper 30s. Tomorrow, rain and a possible thunderstorm. Saturday's high, low 60s. Sunday, mostly sunny. Sunday's high around 50.
This report is sponsored by Tutankhamun, his tomb and his treasures, now open at Kosai.
More than 3,000 years ago in ancient Egypt, a young boy ascended to the throne. Tutankhamun. Experience a fascinating new exhibition. Back through time to ancient Egypt, now open at Kosai. his tomb and his treasures. Tickets are on sale now at cosi.org.
This is The Buzzard.
From the Claiborne Ford Lincoln Studios, serving Northeast Ohio since 1973.
Give stuff away, time to give stuff away, time to give stuff away, give stuff away.
All right, next weekend, the 57th year for the Summit Racing Equipment IX piston-powered Autorama returns to the IX Center the 31st through the 2nd, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. If a piston makes it go, it's in this show. Tickets, details, all the info. Go to pistonpowershow.com. I'll give you the last 4-pack I have this week for next weekend. 4 tickets for caller 10. Good luck. 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
Are the days getting longer? Or does this show just make it feel that way?
The Alan Cox Show.
On 100.7 WMMS.
520 all next week. I will have tickets for you for that Mudvayne tour. They're going out for about the first time in a decade. They're taking Coal Chamber with them. They got Guar and Butcher Babies and Non-Point. It's going to be a hell of a show. It's practically a festival. And we'll play some of those bands tomorrow night. 2 hours to midnight is our new metal show here on MMS. With yours truly, Corey Roddick, Pat Butler. Every week we throw a bunch of songs that we dig together. We play some local metal bands, no shortage of good ones in Northeast Ohio. Play some of your requests. So 10 to midnight every Saturday night. Tomorrow night's going to be week 3. Got some great stuff lined up for you. Got a local band called The Static Wake that we're going to play for you. And then a bunch of other great stuff. So 10 o'clock until midnight, Saturday nights, 2 hours to midnight here in MMS. If you are a local band or you just want to shoot me an email and say, hey, play this band, 2htm@wmms.com, and I'll post the playlists every week at the 2 hours to midnight Facebook page. So that is Saturday night, 10 to midnight, and then Sunday morning, Bill and Poundcake are your hosts for the Week in Cox.
For now.
That is 8 to 10 Sunday mornings. That is 2 hours of the best stuff from the week. For now, Bill is kind of quietly, maybe not so quietly, auditioning for a new co-host for the Week in Cox.
I just want to, I don't want him to get too comfortable. Sometimes
he's too reliable.
He's too reliable. He says that himself. So, we'll see what happens.
You want to keep him even more on his toes than
You know
he
who might be
literally
real
is.
good at it?
Who?
Who listens to the show?
Who's that?
Who's always nice to me? Members Only Dave. He might be a good co-host for that.
There you go. Cavaliers win in Brooklyn last night. 2 in a row against the Nets. And Isaac Okoro buzzer beater. You sent me the
Spanish
play-by-play on Spanish radio. Who is this guy that calls this?
I don't even know.
Rafael Alcalde.
Oh, him.
He's the bilingual play-by-play announcer for the Cavaliers.
Lo falla Mitchell, recoge el rebote. Uy, ay, ay, guy. Mitchell, ¿qué pasó con eso? La tienen todavía los Cavs. Caris la ve con la pelota para Okoro que lanza el triple en la esquina. ¡Sí! ¡Sí! ¡Isaac Okoro! Acaba de darle la ventaja a los Cavs con 7 décimas de segundo en el reloj. ¡Qué barbaridad los Cavaliers de Cleveland!
Cavaliers de Cleveland. Did you hear him say, Hasele Saber? Did you hear that?
I just heard him say, Isaac Okoro, and then everything else is just...
He goes, Hasele Saber.
Which is?
Let them know.
Oh, yeah.
That's let them know in Spanish.
Let them know.
Let them know, he said. Hasele Saber. So, yeah, I like that a lot. It's always interesting to me when there's people from other countries, actors or whatever, anyone really, and they'll say, how did you learn English? And they go, I learned it watching television. Or, because I got to tell you, I could probably listen to an entire game in Spanish And I might be able to pick out a couple of things here and there, but I'm always fascinated by people who learn a language because I watch so much American television, I learn the language. Like, how do you even know where to start? I guess context clues are kind of your base when you're doing that.
Well, if you're watching a show that you know what they're talking about, like if
But how do you know what sounds mean what word?
Context clues. I can pick up on stuff. If I watch a show like Seinfeld or Friends or The Simpsons or something that I've seen a bunch of times where I know what's going on in the scene, I can start deciphering what words mean what. And there's still a lot of things that I'm lost on, but I can pick up enough that like I can go, okay, that's that, that's this. And it starts to make sense to me pretty quickly. Like that's the one thing that benefited me a lot when I went to the Philippines is I picked up on the language way quicker than a lot of the other Americans. I just have that gift when it comes to language. Like, because I hate not knowing what people are saying so much, it's the only time I really listen to people.
Right. When you're trying to figure it out. We only had like 7 channels growing up. So we had like the 3, 5, 8, 19, 43, 55, 61. So we had 7. 61.
We only had 3 channels growing up. I mean, we had 7.
Well, because I was like, no, we had 7 channels.
Well, 3, 5, and 8 is
3,
like
5,
the
8 is like the number. 3, 5, 8, 19, 25, 43, 55, 61. So 8 channels. 61 was in Spanish, though. So it came through clear as day, but it was Telemundo. It was like Spanish soap operas, Spanish news. Like it was all in Spanish. And there'd be times where we would just sit there and watch Spanish soap operas.
Dude, those Spanish soap operas, they would have the
telenovela.
Yes.
They would have the hottest dudes in there, and they'd always be shirtless, or they would be
yes,
like
there
half
were
naked.
Very skimpy outfits. And it was like, you could figure out the language. Like you could watch it and you're not exactly sure, but you're like, you use your context clues. You know it's going to be some drama, someone cheating on someone.
I'd watch Telemundo with the sound off because even just like the weather girls and stuff, even back then were pretty hot. So I could get some work.
Well, we had the sound on. We would like fall asleep to Spanish channel.
But it's like, I think of somebody like Mila Kunis, who's Ukrainian, and her parents, she was born in Russia, and they moved here from Russia or Ukraine or whatever. When she was like 8 years old, she's like, I didn't know any English until like, all she knew was Russian until she was 9 or 10 years old. Listen to her now, she doesn't have an accent. I mean, she's been speaking in English a long time, and I'm sure American schools help. But, and somebody like Schwarzenegger, who never lost his accent.
Well, it's
interesting.
It is interesting, the accents. When you come here at a young age, and also there's work. I think Schwarzenegger leaned into the accent because it was part of who he is. But when you are a child and you are learning, it's more likely that you're not going to have an accent because you're mimicking more, and you can just pick up on stuff more. So my friend Raj, he's from India. He learned to speak English when he went to, he kind of always spoke it, but he learned it when he went to school in the Middle East and then went to college here. And he doesn't really have an accent until he's around other Indian people and he's a little bit drunk. And then it starts coming out, and it's very funny how it becomes more noticeable when he's had a few drinks and is around other people with the accent.
Alan, my son-in-law moved here from Russia when he was 15. He learned English from watching Friends.
Yeah.
We are on break. Let me show you this guy. You see the video of the city councilman in Florida who got scammed with fake names on the roll call?
Who gave him this roll call?
I don't know if this is I don't know the exact context of this. This is like a local city council meeting. A rep in Florida got scammed with some fake names. Now, I'm going to show this to you if you're watching the live stream, because watching his face when he realizes what's going on is kind of part of the best part. Representative Robinson, just on the Florida channel, just local cable access where they will air these things, and he's doing some kind of roll call. And this was a few days ago, about 10:30 in the morning.
Florida Station of Counties waves in opposition. Pamela Birch Fort, Florida State Conference of NAACP branches, waves in opposition. Anita Dick is an opponent.
see his face. And the girl next to him, the legislative aide, is probably like, oh, my God. Oh, no.
Waves in opposition. Holden Hiscock. Who's also up. Waves in opposition. Jimmy, only Jimmy. Florida Apartment Association.
Yeah, only Jimmy, but Anita Dick and Holden Hiscock were not there. They voted in absentia.
That's amazing.
I just don't.
What?
You don't read beforehand. Like, you don't know. You did the first time you see
No,
the paper.
they don't. Well, why would they? I mean, these people are probably busy. So an aide hands them some paper, and they look at it.
Everybody's getting fired, man.
Right.
Everybody's getting fired.
Well, people were making fun of all these old congressmen for grilling the TikTok guy. And I get where they're coming from because a lot of them don't understand how that kind of stuff works. Some of them kind of do. But these aides write these things. The 22-year-old intern is the one that's researching stuff. So when these congressmen are up there, it's mostly grandstanding anyway. If they're smart, they're leaning on their Gen Z interns or whatever to pour over this stuff. But they're just handing them sheets of paper or handing them questions to ask. These guys aren't poring over reams and reams of information about TikTok. They're giving them bullet points and then sending them out there and hoping they can sink or swim. If you move before puberty, you typically will not keep your native accent, someone says. Well, yeah, listen, I imagine, I don't know if it's that specific, but to Bill's point, the younger you come over, the easier it would be to...
Well, you're just more susceptible to it. I mean, that's
you're
why...
You're still learning any language when you're younger.
Yeah, and that's why I think it's interesting and cool that Nora is in Spanish class in first grade.
Yeah.
I think that makes way more sense than having people start learning a second language
in high school. Yeah. I feel like that's maybe the standard now. But that guy got screwed with Holden Hiscock and Anita Dick.
This is why Florida's awesome.
Mm-hmm. You can leave us messages anytime you like on the Alan Cox Show After Hours line. It is 216-986-8903.
Listening to the podcast, heard you guys talking about a lawyer speaking in tongues. Took me back to an old joke. Very old. You probably heard it, but I'll tell it. What do you call a lawyer who gives his deposition in tongues? That never gets old. Oh, that old one. Gene from Parma.
I knew it.
That does never get old, does it? Gene from Parma. Oh, he got us. He got us. Might as well have been Holden Hiscock checking in. Thank you. So, yeah. We have a lot of bureau chiefs out there in the great state of Utah. And they unveiled a new flag, a new state flag. And, of course, some people are already up in arms. Not literally. It is Utah. To clarify. Over this flag. They don't see why they need a new flag. It's a big blue thing that's got it's blue on top, white on the bottom, and in the middle is kind of a zigzag line that is meant to signify the mountains of Utah. And in the middle, there's a crest with kind of a stylized beehive. There's a 5-pointed star and trying to represent the mountains. And they took submissions from people, thousands of submissions. And they've got a little beehive on there because I guess is Utah known for honey?
That's a symbol that they use for so they had the Deseret News, and it's got that symbol. So that makes me think of Mormon stuff.
Oh, okay.
Because that's like a Mormon magazine.
All right. Well, maybe that's what they were doing there. Of course, Utah Republicans called the beehive symbol just another woke attempt to curry favor with Beyonce fans.
What does that even mean?
Mary.
I know, I get it that she's the I just It's so aggravating.
No, that was it.
I was making
it. It was a joke.
Oh, really?
You can leave now. See, this is what happens when you.
I swear to God.
Because you can't tell anymore. Because everything is so.
I swear on my life, I was like, I cannot.
Of course, because everything's so absurd that you can't tell anymore.
This is what happens when you show up 3 days a week.
Yes, I truly didn't know that you were joking. Because I'm like some old Republican. Oh, boy. Oh, well.
Although, you got to hand it to the parent in Utah who demands that the Bible be banned from libraries because it's full of porn. What's good for the goose, good for the gander. Right-wingers now are really, really leaning into the Orwell. They want books banned. They don't want people learning history, the whole bit, right? And so these Utah parents say, hey, you know how much gross stuff is in the Bible? This should be removed from school libraries. There's going to be a book banning law in Utah, then the Bible has to be on that list. No Bibles in schools.
All right. Do you want to know why they use the beehive there in Utah?
Mm-hmm.
When Brigham Young and the Latter-day Saints arrived in Salt Lake Valley in July of 1847, Young chose the name Deseret for their new home and the beehive as its emblem, symbolizing the kind of cooperative work that would be required to make the desert bloom.
Oh, okay.
So it's a hive mind thing. Everybody think the same. Work together. Think the same.
So it's got nothing to do with the B-52s.
No.
I mean, that would have been good, too. So, yeah, these Utah...
They weren't around in 1847. So.
Neither was Beyonce. It didn't go past me.
Well. So these parents are like, yeah, you guys want to ban books? Ban the Bible.
Right.
Because under this code, it has no serious value for minors because, given your definition, it's pornographic. There's incest and onanism and bestiality and rape and infanticide. You want your kids reading about this?
Another thing happening in Utah, they are the first state to have a law requiring parents' consent for minors to use social media.
Yeah, I saw that too.
I think that's going to
how are they gonna do
spread
that?
across. I don't.
There's no way. You can't enforce it. Kids will always find, even if you were just doing this in your own home, even if it wasn't a law, if you were doing it in your own home, there would be no way. Kids will always find a way around it.
They'll
Yes.
create an app that bypasses all that.
Something.
Actually, it's just a business. So it's like,
Most parents don't even know what a Finsta is, and that's not even new.
taking extra steps just to, this is my pseudo Twitter.
Yeah.
And it posts to my actual Twitter page.
So whether or not they'll actually get the Bible banned in Utah, let me take a guess. They won't. But, listen, there's instructions on how to perform abortions in it. So, but these parents are like, you guys want to ban a lot of books that aren't even remotely offensive. So throw the Bible on the list. So we'll see what happens there in Utah.
This Week in Jesus.
The Bill Squire Friday Get Down. You don't want to sleep on that. That is how we get the weekend going around these parts. That is on the way. And if you want to text for something, 35192. We'll be back.
It's the Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS. And everywhere.
as evil, insane, manipulative. Who are you?
Call the Alan Cox Show. 216-578-1007 or 1-800-348-1007.
Just a little taste. Get you hyped up. For the weekend, the Bill Squire Friday Get Down is directly ahead of you. That's how we officially get the weekend going around here. The Cavaliers do 2 in a row, 2 big wins in Brooklyn against the Nets. They come back here on Sunday to play the Houston Rockets. That is a 6 o'clock tip-off at the Romo Fijo. I didn't see this. I guess it's going to air on CNN, of all places, also on Sunday. Adam Sandler got the Mark Twain Prize for American Humor. They do this thing at the Kennedy Center.
Yeah.
And they've given it to Tina Fey, and Jon Stewart's gotten it, and Julie Louis-Dreyfus, Chappelle, yeah. Adam Sandler
the
got
highest
it.
honor you can get in comedy.
Yep. They got the, I guess they did this a couple of weeks ago, and it's going to
It was
air.
last weekend and airing this Sunday.
Airing on CNN on Sunday. Drew Barrymore, Conan O'Brien, Chris Rock, Jennifer Aniston. His production partner, Tim Herlihy, joked that they were responsible for 31 movies with a combined Rotten Tomatoes score of 59. So Adam Sandler getting the Mark Twain Prize. If you're interested in watching that, it'll be, like I said, on CNN Sunday night.
Kevin Smith did a very funny video where he's presenting Adam with the award, but he green screened it. Because he does videos like this all the time where he'll like insert himself in the movies and stuff. And he used a lot of the footage from the Dave Chappelle one. And so he's going through it and he's like, Adam, you've made all these great movies like Happy Gilmore. And the crowd just kind of like, blah. He's like, Billy Madison, Mr. Deeds. And he's getting no response. And he goes, Grown-ups? And people start going, crap. He's like, Grown-ups too. And then, like, so anytime he mentions a movie that he's in, it's really, really funny. It's worth watching. And then it gets, really sentimental at the end, too. But Kevin James is very, I keep saying Kevin Smith.
Oh, I was going to say Kevin Smith. Yeah, Kevin James. I'm like,
yes.
Kevin Smith wasn't in Grown Ups.
Yeah,
That you know of.
Kevin James. And very, very funny. I got a good laugh out of that. And like also like people are yelling out to him. He's like, you're the best, Kevin. And he's like, I love you. I love you too. And then he's like, you're really athletic. He's like, I know I am.
He's got a hot wife too.
Yeah. Isn't he doing a stand-up tour too?
I think he is. Yeah.
He kisses his kids on the mouth.
Kevin James.
And he's super, super religious. Yeah.
I will find myself, if I'm on Hulu Live, just clicking around like old school cable, I'll find myself watching King of Queens reruns.
I like that show.
I never watched it. I mean, that's how old that show is like Jerry Stiller was already off Seinfeld when King of Queens started. And now, of course, Jerry Stiller is dead. But we gave away Adam Sandler tickets. I don't know if we'll have any more closer to the show. He's doing a handful of dates, and he'll play the Romo Fijo on April the 19th here in Cleveland. Yeah, Kevin James, not Kevin Smith.
Yeah, sorry.
There was a movie called Becky where he played a Nazi. Did you see that?
No.
Where this teenage girl who's got something he wants, and it's kind of like this. Yeah, it's a horror movie. I mean, there's a lot of blood in it, but it was kind of a playing against type for him. Big burly dude.
What's up, guys? Just figured I'd let you know that I cannot hear the words iHeartRadio without going ding in my head. Every time, no matter the circumstance, I always hear the bell in my head or I say it out loud. I'm pretty sure I have nightmares about it. But yeah, whatever. Just figured I'd let you know. Thanks. Have a good weekend. Hate the show. Mary sucks. Bye.
Oh, come on. What is that?
Love you too, brother.
Almost got out.
I don't care.
That's called hardcore branding if you're having nightmares about iHeartRadio.
Yeah.
He tried to squeeze it in before his time was up.
So excited. At least it was a live call, too. So excited that Mary was on the show so much this week. And then we get this guy just being a jerk.
There's a guy in my DMs when I was talking about the John Mayer concert. He was so mad. He's I forget.
Mad at you?
Oh, he was so mad. He messaged me on Instagram, And let me see if I can find what. Oh, here he goes. He goes, "Shut the F up, you giant douchebag. You're acting like a goddamn 10-year-old girl." And this is previously he had called me an old hag. And then I just messaged him back. I said, "Why are you so mad?" And then he unfollowed me. So people just don't like me. It's fine.
There's a guy that commented, like I made a post promoting my show, The Funny Stuff, next weekend. And I said, I just did the lyrics to Black Parade, but it's like when I was a young boy, my father took me into the city to see Bill Squire, March 31st and April 1st. And this guy comments, "Why?" And I go, "Why what?" He's like, "Why would I want to come and see you? I don't think you're funny." I'm like, you friend requested me.
You know, I'm not talking to you, sir.
Like,
correct, right?
You are creating this situation for yourself. You say you don't like me. You say you don't like the radio show. You say all these things, but you're trying to be my friend, and you followed me on Facebook. I didn't respond to your friend request, so you just followed my profile. What are you doing here? You're creating this scenario for yourself. I didn't ask you to, like, you don't have to follow me.
Yeah,
it's a very strange thing that people do where they will follow someone that they don't enjoy. I do
hate follows.
not.
I mean, there's a couple accounts I hate follow.
I do not understand it.
There's one chick who's
Hate
an ex-girlfriend.
follow?
Yeah, she's an ex-girlfriend of a friend of mine. And I dislike her so much that I have to keep watching her.
But do you comment?
No, I don't
Do you
ever
comment, be like-
comment. I
be
don't
like,
DM her. I don't do
Why are
anything.
you doing your life this way?
No, I don't do anything like that. I keep the hate inside me.
I was gonna say there's people that I know don't like me that have spoken bad about me, but every time I look at how many people are viewing my stories, they're like at the top. I'm like, how? How are you watching? You don't miss a story, not one. I just find that.
Well,
that
I just
is
think
strange.
you're interesting, man. I can't. What can I say?
Spoken bad about me, curse my name, and yet you want to see every single story.
That's why he's auditioning new people for Weekend Cox. Yeah, it's a very strange phenomenon.
But also that caller, I mean, he could very well listen to the show for you, obviously. Bill, Poundcake, like he just done like me. Cool. That's different, and you're very much so entitled to your opinion. Being a listener of the show doesn't mean you have to like every part of it. You know, but messaging someone on Instagram or Facebook, a place that you voluntarily follow them, I keep my hate to myself. Or I'll text my friend who it's his ex. I'm like, dude, she's so dumb. Like, you know, like that kind of stuff. More or less.
Too much negative energy, man.
Well, it's more or less to like affirm that it was right of him to break this relationship up.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Right.
You guys want me to burp?
Do we want you to? Ew.
Oh.
Why did it call me?
I forgot to send this to you, Alan.
What's that?
It's a new installment. I'm emailing it to you right now. It's been a while since we had one of these.
You're farting in the steps or something?
Yes,
Oh,
it
yeah?
is. Yeah.
Want some Jenna in the meantime?
Yeah, it's not my best.
It's time for Sweet Nothings with Jenna from Poland.
You know, I'm actually glad that I have a cold. Now I wish that I could sneeze on Amy.
This has been Sweet Nothings with Jenna from Poland.
All right.
This isn't
Wonder if Amy's queer. Jenna's always like, what's with queer? I wish I was queer.
I could puke on Amy.
Yeah. Send her out in the hallway. She can puke all over the place.
Dude, I have to pee so bad, and there's just a trail of vomit. It's so frustrating.
Out in the hallway by
what
the.
is this restaurant serving
I don't.
people?
Yeah, I don't know, man.
Constantly puke in this hallway.
Yeah, I don't get it.
I just want
People
to
just
pee.
can't handle their high. It's like on a Friday
I've
and people are getting
worked
hammered.
at restaurants before, and there's not this much vomit. At
Maybe
most
because this is a
restaurants.
residential building. Maybe it's people who live here come downstairs. I mean,
yeah.
I don't know, dude.
I don't even want to go out there because if I see puke, I'm gonna puke.
As soon as I walked out there, I was like, it smells bad. Maybe something.
I was on my way out, and Mary came back in real quick, and I was like, and she's like, it's covered in puke.
I was
out
like,
there.
dude, there's puke everywhere.
It's head to toe
You can't
puke.
even go to the bathroom.
I don't see your email.
Oh.
Listen, it's Alan,
Oh, it's
A-L-A-N.
it's still sending. Hold on.
Not A-L-L-E-N.
ALLENCOCK. People like to spell that for me. Alan.
Alan.
Oh, everyone's so.
Okay, I think it's sent
clever.
now.
You mentioned somebody who learned English from Friends. I don't know if anyone remembers that John Cusack movie from the 80s, Better Off Dead, where there was a character, a foreign exchange student, who learned English from Howard Cosell. So he just talked exactly like Howard Cosell throughout the movie. I always thought that was a pretty funny bit.
God, did I love Better Off Dead.
It's a great movie.
I had just turned 14 that summer. I turned 14 in June. It came out in August. I had such a huge crush on the actress that played the French foreign exchange student, this actress named Diane Franklin, who was a big deal. I think she's still an actress, but she was a big deal in the 80s. She was just so super cute. And do you remember the Japanese guys that learned English from Howard Cosell?
Yeah.
It was just such an absurdist movie. That's what I loved about it. He's like John Cusack's kind of a nerd, but it's just like, it was like watching like a human cartoon. I'll show you on the live stream here. These two dudes, well, he explains it in the movie.
What do they want? They want a race.
Lane Meyer.
Lane Meyer.
A kid from Green Bay.
See, here's a good example. Two brothers, one speaks no English, the other learned how to speak English from watching the wide world of sports. So you tell me, which is better, speaking no English at all or speaking Howard Cosell?
Lane Meyer. And the chubby kid in the back who played Ricky was a guy named Dan Schneider, and he ended up being the dude over at Nickelodeon that made all those shows, but then they let him go because he was all creepy with the actresses.
Yeah. A lot of weird.
He was on Head of the Class at sitcom, and he was on Better Off. Lane Meyer. Now I want to watch Better Off Dead. That's another movie that I don't think streams. Is Better Off Dead. I probably have it on DVD somewhere. Did your thing come through?
It should have.
Okay, so is this something you want me to show to people?
Yeah, I mean, you can show it. It's just my face, and then you hear the fart.
Okay, this is you in your stairwell again.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yeah, I was on my way to High and Dry yesterday, and I stopped for a second. My girlfriend was like, she's like, "Where are you going?" I'm like, "Just hold on. I can't talk. I got to concentrate." And so I just go in there. Here we go.
All right. I mean, the other one was better.
The other one's definitely better, but it's,
your stupid little smile.
It's still good.
Here's the first one. This is the
classic.
The classic stairwell fart from Bill. It's got girth. It's got heft.
Oh, God, that sounds like poop came out.
Yeah, but they all bubble up. They all start with the bubble that bursts. Oh, God.
Mary, do you have to pee really,
I have to pee so bad.
You want to go in my
No.
Yeti?
Yes. Will you drink it?
No, I didn't say I would drink it.
My pee's pretty clear. I drink a lot of water.
Hey, why don't you go pee in the kitchen sink, man, right? It's no different than people brushing their teeth out there or whatever.
One of these companies
Go ahead.
On this street will probably let you go pee. Go to CVS or something.
No way that CVS
No
has a
way.
No, they don't have
They probably got puke outside their bathroom.
Right.
Or in the greeting card aisle, or any one of their aisles. Yeah, I don't know what's going on out here that they have such a high
There's so much
frequency
puke.
of people that just honk all over
I
the
think
hallway.
it's got to be a combination of fried seafood and drinks that are too strong. Those two things can't mix well together.
But
and
it's
I
also,
feel like
the
they do
restaurant
both
just
of those things.
opened like an hour ago.
Right.
I don't know if that's somebody that was at the
It
restaurant.
was chunky puke. It wasn't.
Stop talking
But that mean they ate there, though.
But my point is, it wasn't like
Because there are
hungover
residents
puke.
too. Yeah.
That was like you ate a big meal, and then got too drunk too fast. Because I've puked like that, where I like eat a full meal and then we'll try to hammer down 3 shots an hour later, and everything comes back up.
All right.
That's what it seemed like to me.
Wait, was it coming from like the elevator though?
No, it's in the hallway
It's
where
in
the
the hallway,
bathrooms
like,
are.
on the
You
way-
literally
they're-
can't get to the bathrooms
They were
because it was
on their way to the
splattered,
bathroom, and then they whopped it.
which is so ridiculous. I'm so aggravated. I'm tired. I'm sad. I'm mad at the puker. I don't even know who they are.
I'm sure you're getting DMs right now. Oh, Mary, just jump over the puke. You're
This
so
is so
lazy.
you're too good to you think you're a local celebrity and you're too good to walk and puke.
You won't jump the broom with the vomit?
God, this unfunny bitch. It's always something.
Go do another empty college gig, bitch.
Oh yeah, I'm sure. Are your
Jesus
college
Christ.
gigs worth it? You're worth it to
Poundcake sounds like he's the
bomb?
one sending the
He might
messages.
I can't do
He's got
anything
his
now that I got
fence
this camera on me.
Of course you're bombing. You're so unfunny. Good thing you're traveling to spend all your money up.
You know, to make you
So
feel
stupid.
better.
Not the Friday.
Everybody's looking
Well, you know what's better than that, though? The Bill Squire Friday Get Down.
Let's do it. I'm ready. All right, the Bill Squire Friday Get Down in honor of the late, great Murray Saul here at WMMS. It is how weekly we decide when the weekend is underway. Take it away, William. It's Friday! And you gotta get down on Friday. Get yourself some chunky fried seafood. Get into the hallway. Puke your guts out. Oh, puke, oh, puke, oh, puke.
Hey, there you go. Halpuka. Halpuka. You should get down on your knees and sniff and see if it smells like seafood.
Dude, I used that specifically because I was on vacation one time, ate a huge fried seafood platter, and then did 2 back-to-back shots of whiskey. Oh, and I had a pina colada.
Even with your seafood allergy?
This was before I was allergic to shellfish. This was in like 2014. I ate all that seafood, did 2 shots of whiskey, and had a pina colada, and then threw it all up.
Christ. Yeah. How did you develop a seafood allergy?
You can develop any allergy.
But how did you?
I just started to eat. I was never allergic to shrimp and lobster and
Was
stuff.
there any chance that maybe you were allergic to pina coladas instead, and it never was the... All right.
And then I would continue to eat shrimp, even though I'd break out in hives, and then it got worse every single time I did it until eventually I had to stop because it was causing difficulty in me breathing.
Gross.
Yes.
All right, well, listen, good luck out there
Dude,
trying
that was
to...
so nasty. Because that's exactly, when you talk about that, that's exactly where my head went. My head went to Folly Beach 2014 when I threw up all that fried food.
That might be my proudest get down.
That was gross, dude.
Halpuka. All right, if you want to get the last word in before we roll out of here, shoot me a text, 35192. You got the Corey Roddick Experience on the way at 6:30 tonight.
It's the Alan Cox Show.
On our free iHeartRadio app and your favorite smart